FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here on a hot, sunny afternoon in Yankton, South Dakota. Great to be home for the first time this year. The 2-0 Marty Lancers getting set to play the number 7 ranked team in the land, 1-0 for the Northwestern Red Raiders. Sunny and 84 here today. A little bit of a wind. We're expecting a high of 90 degrees here today in Yankton. And this will be an interesting matchup here between the Red Raiders and the Lancers, Tehl, because believe it or not, this early in the season, both teams have a common opponent.
Yeah,
Waldorf.
Both teams have played Waldorf already. It was the only game Northwestern has played. A very good game to start off the season, 40-0 over the Waldorf Warriors. Both at home as well. They got to open at home. Mount Marty just played Waldorf last week. They get the win as well. 35-10 was your final score there. Lancers have played 2 games to this point. They did have a non-conference opponent in Clark University, 37-22 win over in Dubuque as well. So neither team suffering a loss early in the season.
Red Raiders come in number 7 ranked team in the preseason poll. We'll get an updated poll on Monday, as pretty much all the teams in the country will have at least 2 games under their belt by this time. So no poll this week. It's only the preseason poll that's been published so far for NAIA football. This is the Mount Marty pregame show brought to you by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. You mentioned that bye week, and we'll hear from Coach McCarty coming up here in a bit, and he says it's the first time Northwestern's ever had that, and he says, boy, it feels like it's been almost a month. And I says, well, Lancer fans know how that feels, because that was, I believe, 3 years ago, and the Lancers opened up on a Thursday night this year, and I said, yeah, for the Lancers, that felt like it was almost a month between football games. That's one of the toughest times to have a bye, is this early in the season. But Coach McCarty says he's got a young team, and he says, hey, it gave us just one more chance. We'll hear more from him coming up here in a little bit. And an interesting note here on that schedule for Northwestern.
Yeah, exactly. You're talking about the bye and how it's kind of rough on them having it this early in the season. So I think they did a smart thing and kind of not scheduling their non-conference, because they get another bye on October 25th, which is 3 weeks before playoffs were to start for Northwestern. Obviously a perennial playoff team and certainly hoping to get back there, quarterfinal team from last year. So they do have 2 this year, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, they only scheduled conference games. They did not schedule a non-conference game. And, Tehl, we've seen that come late in the year where that may help or hurt them possibly when it comes to playoff positioning. And if Northwestern has the season they think they're capable of, they will be playing in the postseason. They were runners-up in 2023, champs in 2022, and, of course, a runner-up in 2020.
So in other words, 3 times in the last 5 years they've been in the championship game. This team's good.
Yeah, this is a very, very good, very, very good and established powerhouse football program. We've got a lot to talk about here today on this pregame show being brought to you by Dakota Beverage. We're going to hear from both coaches, and we'll also be checking the conference report. That's with Corey Westra, the commissioner. He'll have that coming up here in just a little bit. And Also, we'll have a player profile coming up. And who is the interview today?
Yeah, going over another captain for this team and a junior wide receiver in Jackson Waholtz. Jackson got his first touchdown in his Lancer career last week. We wanted to talk to him about being a captain, being a Lancer, and what it all kind of means to him, and of course, future plans for the junior. Only a junior. He ain't about to graduate this year, so Lancer fans get to see him next year too, but we wanted to talk to another captain on the offensive side.
Yeah, and that was something I talked with Coach McCarty about, and he said this happened with a lot of teams. He said last year, was kind of like the last of the COVID-era players where you had guys getting extra years because of COVID, and he says there was kind of a big disparity between like the fifth and in some cases 60-year seniors and the freshmen. And we talked about that off mic, and he said it's kind of a little more back to normal now where you've got the age range a little more compressed instead of having guys maybe 24, 25 years old in the locker room with 18 and 19-year-old guys. Yeah. Believe it or not, there's a bit of a difference here. But he said, now that we're a few years past that, it's kind of getting back to normal, and he says there's been good bonding on this team. We'll hear from Coach McCarty and Coach Micheletti as well. So interesting to note there about the discrepancy in some of the age of the players now as, we're kind of getting back to normal. Thank goodness.
I mean, Mount Marty had a 32-year-old score a touchdown for him last year, you remember, in Goebel. So that was, everybody could stay in college just as long as they want. No, I'm kidding, obviously, a very non-trad there. But, yeah, NAIA ball, they've got some older guys. I think the oldest guy in the Lancer roster this season is 26. Don't know about Northwestern, but always love having some of these non-traditional guys. It's good to get back into school, even if you're out for a little while. Just get that degree, finish.
Yes, and we've seen that at several schools, in addition to Mount Marty, guys taking time off and coming back, and we've seen that at other universities as well around NAIA sports. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back, and we will have a chat, actually a report, I should say, from the commissioner, Corey Westra. It's the GPAC Saturday Football Report. We've got a lot of stuff coming your way before kickoff at 1 o'clock. It's Mount Marty playing host to Northwestern. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're going to take a 2-minute break and have more right here on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, September 13. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. Download the GPAC Network in the Android and Apple App Store on your favorite smart TV or go to gpacnetwork.com. We begin our GPAC Football Saturday Report this week with a look back at the scoreboard from last Saturday around the conference. Midland defeated Hastings by the final score of 24-9 to claim the Watchorn McLaughlin Trophy for 2025. Dordt at home defeated Dakota Wesleyan 66-7. It was Morningside over Briar Cliff 58-17. Mount Marty wins at Waldorf 35-10, and Concordia defeated Doane by the final score of 35-7. Northwestern had the bye last week in conference football. Here's your Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. Offensively, Max Huff, running back from Morningside, takes the honor. Junior from Grettinger, Iowa, had a pair of scores. 13 rushing attempts, 192 yards for an average of 14.8 per carry. Terry Shebeck from Concordia on the defensive line is the Defensive Player of the Week after recording 3 sacks and 4 tackles for loss. Shebeck is a junior from Hampton, Nebraska. And Stephen Leinen, the kicker for Dordt University and junior from Harlan, Iowa, scored 12 points on his own on Saturday of last week against Dakota Wesleyan, making all 9 extra points, and had a field goal as well in the contest of 28 yards. That's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview this week in GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on, but first this from Dakota Mac.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
It's another Saturday of GPAC football, and there are 5 games on the schedule this week around the league. We begin in Yankton, where the 2-0 Mount Marty Lancers will host the 1-0 Northwestern Red Raiders. Both teams have also played in conference with a mutual win against Waldorf. Hastings will take a 1-1 mark to Sioux City to also take on a 1-1 team in Briar Cliff and the Chargers. Midland at 1-1 will have their home opener in Fremont, and they will host Waldorf, who comes in at 0-2. Dakota Wesleyan will take a 1-1 record on the road to Seward to take on the Bulldogs of Concordia, who are 1-0 after their conference opening win last Saturday. And the final game this week is in Crete, where Doane at 0-2 will host Dordt, who is 1-0 after a conference win last week against Dakota Wesleyan. Morningside has the bye this week for GPAC football. The complete schedule for the Great Plains Athletic Conference can be found at gpacsports.com. You can also follow us on Instagram, GPAC Sports, on X at GPAC Sports, and on Facebook as well by searching the Great Plains Athletic Conference. And the GPAC social media accounts are now sponsored by Olson's Pest Technicians. Read more online about Olson's Pest Technicians. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, September 13. I'm Corey Westra for the Great Plains Athletic Conference.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive smart wire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the Dakota Beverage pregame show as we go to our player profile now from Lewis and Clark Ford as we welcome in a junior captain of the Lancer football program in Jackson Waholtz. Jackson, you're a semi-local kid. You're from the area, now playing for the Mount Marty Lancers, and you're a captain. That has got to feel good. Let's start with that. What was it like when your teammates chose you to be one of their leaders?
It was really special. I just feel like super worthy, I guess. Coach Mick said at the beginning, like, you want a guy that's going to always be there for you and always put in maximum effort, and I feel like it's just been great. Just getting the feeling from the guys that they see me as a guy like that, and I'm really appreciative of that. So.
And you're from Pierce, Nebraska, correct?
Yep.
What was it like growing up, small town like that?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it kind of played in a part why I came here too, and it's just like I love being like the whole town kind of involved in the sport and involved in the kids, and it's just been I really am proud of where I came from.
So one of the things that is pretty interesting about you and this team in general this season is a lot of guys have been here for a while, working while you wait to get into the starting lineup because the senior class last year was just so massive. There were so many guys that even though you weren't playing, you were there for a couple of years. What has it been like to just practice and prep all for your finally junior year when you're finally able to get out there?
It was, I kind of had the attitude coming in freshman year. I know it kind of sounds crazy, but kind of like understanding I might not be playing right away. And I think that's kind of been a good thing for me, is to realize that I got to work for it and I got to earn my spot. And then my sophomore year, I kind of got in here and there, a couple plays a game, and that was just really cool to be a part of that and kind of just see how a varsity game is played and like kind of the GPAC and how all that works. But it's been really cool. I had a good group of seniors and older guys in front of me that kind of taught me the ropes.
So now this whole team, and it's almost the entire team, that has a very similar story, and that's just college football in general. The younger guys have been playing together on practice and in some JV games, and now you're starting varsity. So even though it's maybe the first time we're all seeing you mesh, you've been playing together for a while, correct?
Oh, yeah. JV games were really exciting, especially our freshman year. And it kind of just seems like that whole group's already kind of moved up now. So, yeah, we all kind of have the same attitude.
So when it comes to this year, this football team, I know you guys have got some lofty goals, but can you give me a personal goal, something you want to either accomplish or be able to say about yourself at the end of the season?
I just want to kind of say I would like somebody that the team really enjoyed having as a leader. You know, I don't want to kind of go out of the year being like I did things wrong as a leader, and I kind of want the guys to really just appreciate, just the guy I was or the guy I am. And I guess not as much football related. I know like that's the sport we're playing, but I guess it's more personal for me. I kind of just appreciate the fact that there's guys that support me.
Let's talk about that personal aspect. Let's talk about outside of the football field. What's your major here at college?
Physical education. So I want to be.
What do you want to do with it?
I think, I guess right now, obviously there's still time left, but right now I kind of want to be a PE teacher and a coach in like the Northeast Nebraska area, kind of around that like small town, just like how I grew up. So
you want to coach, huh?
Yeah. So possibly, yeah.
So teacher as well. What ages would you like to teach?
Right now I'm really honing in on secondary, so high school stuff, but I've tested the waters out with younger kids too, and just teaching them and stuff like that. So, yeah.
That's got to be interesting. All right, man. Well, I tell you what, one final question as we get into Northwestern. You got a big test as you get to finally play a game at home after your 2 longest road trips of the year are finally done. What's the team's mentality going into this matchup with a premier program in the NAIA?
I think just understanding that we can beat these guys. You know, like they're human just like we are. They put on the same pads that we do, and I think just the belief and the ability to knowing that they are a good team, that when they do hit us with something, being able to bounce back, I think is the most important thing. Being able to recover and realize that we're playmakers too, and we can do things on the field. So,
well, Jackson, I appreciate your time very much. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
That brought to you by Lewis and Clark Ford. The Dakota Beverage pregame show rolls on when we return.
Do you have a pest problem? Bed bugs, bats in the attic, termite damage, earwigs? Olson's Pest Technicians can tackle any of your pest problems. Family owned and operated with over 80 years of pest experience in South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa. Proven pest methods include Centricon bait stations for termites and Vicane treatments for bed bugs. Even the toughest pest infestations don't stand a chance. Olson's Pest Technicians, putting pests to rest since 1966. Call 800-KIL-BUGS.
Looking for a job that works for you? Join our team at Park Grove Yankton. We're hiring second shift assemblers and other positions, offering competitive wages, a night shift pay differential, great health insurance, paid time off, and retirement benefits that help secure your future. Enjoy steady hours, a supportive team, and opportunities to advance. Whether you're building your skills or bringing years of experience, you'll find a place where you can grow and succeed. Apply today and start enjoying the benefits you deserve.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Buying or selling a home is a big decision. Work with someone who knows the ins and outs. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I will focus on the details while providing marketing knowledge, advice on staging, and negotiating to get your home sold. From start to finish, I'll guide you through the process, making sure nothing is overlooked. Call me, Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
All right, welcome back to the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Getting you ready for Mount Marty playing host to Northwestern College football on a Saturday afternoon here at Crane Youngworth Field, the first home game for the Lancers this year. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner. The Lancers 2-0 coming off a win at chilly Waldorf last week, and what a change. We're expecting a high of 90. Last week we had a 5 o'clock kickoff in Forest City. It was overcast when the game started. Sun came out, but it didn't get much warmer. Windy, 60 degrees, and wow, what a turnaround here as we have a 90-degree game.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's fall weather here in the upper Midwest as the Lancers posted a 35-10 win over the Warriors, and they got out to a great start against Waldorf.
Yeah, they did. They got out to that hot start, and it ended up carrying them throughout the game. They put up 21 points in the first half. It was 21-0 at halftime, 7 in the first quarter, 14 in the second, and they really never looked back. In the third quarter, they outscored Waldorf 7-3. In the fourth quarter, Waldorf kind of made it a game for a little bit there. It looked like they were putting together a couple of drives. They scored a touchdown, had another one going. Lancer defense starts to really lock down at the end of the game, hold them to nothing more, and it's a 35-10 final over in Forest City.
Yeah, Rugby Ryken had 3 touchdown passes. That gives him 7 touchdowns through the air, 1 on the ground. He is having a really good start to his sophomore year at the helm of the Mount Marty Lancers. And that 1-2 punch, we talked about it at running back, Malachi Hartz, Kyle Hirsch. They've really been that dynamic duo in the backfield. Again, most of the time the Lancers just will have one back in the backfield. We saw a couple formations when they were both out there, but it's kind of a thunder and lightning approach between those guys where one comes in, the other one gets a break, and when the other one comes back in. They got the fresh legs.
And Thunder and Lightning so perfect. That's what their teammates like to call them, which is just great about those two guys. And they showed up, as you said, last week against Waldorf. They combined for 182 yards on the ground, 93 for Kyle Hirsch, 89 for Malachi Hartz. 2 touchdowns for Malachi on the ground as well. Kyle Hirsch had a receiving touchdown in there. So combined 180 yards, 3 touchdowns, and another 21 yards through the air. 200 combined yards and 3 touchdowns. Those two are the lifeblood of the offense right now.
And the Lancer defense putting up some solid numbers. And Isaac Crownover leading the team in tackles, 14. And then you got Brock Lubers with 10. We expected big things, and so far those linebackers have delivered for Mount Marty.
Yeah, and that was one of the big question marks for Mount Marty coming into this season because they graduated pretty much the entire crew. Pretty much every linebacker last year was a senior that had been here for 4 years. So they were very, very good together in terms of meshing. They had a lot of experience playing, a lot of starts as it was such a young program. And this year, full question marks, but I think so far, 2 games in, those questions are starting to get answered. But I'll tell you what, today's a little bit of a different beast and a different test here as they have the number 7 team in the nation.
Yeah, Cavion Rogers and Cole Cripps also turned in very good games against Waldorf at that linebacker position. Let's talk about Northwestern for a moment. They've got 1 game under their belt. They were 8-2 in the regular season last year. They did make the playoffs. They went on the road, won at Montana Tech last year on the last day of November, 32-29, and then they fell to Grandview in the quarterfinal round on December 7th of last year. 17-0 was that final score. Grandview would go on and then beat Morningside in the semifinals, and then they beat Kaiser for the championship. So Northwestern, no shame in that loss to the eventual national champions. Oh, speaking of Grandview, by the way, they beat Benedictine last week, 27-24. So, man, some major collisions amongst ranked teams here early on in NAIA football. But this is a battle-tested veteran team with an experienced coaching staff and a team that has a lot of confidence. Again, they too are replacing a lot of starters they lost for seniors, mainly Connor McQuillan, the All-American running back, and some of their defensive players they've lost as well. But Coach McCarty, again, he's bringing back 2 All-Americans on that defensive line, and he's got a transfer at quarterback from the University of South Dakota in Bo Bush.
Yeah, who had a decent game against Waldorf, 58% completion percentage, 1 touchdown in there, no picks, 14 of 24 for 222 yards. And good news for him this week, we are expecting to see Austin Gerard back after injury. He did not get to play in that first game of the season against Waldorf, and then the bye last week, so 2 weeks, and he's able to get back healthy. Austin Gerard, who had 843 yards, was the second leading receiver last season for Waldorf and had 8 touchdowns. Welcome back as number 1 target, so that'll be good for them.
Yeah, and there's a familiar name at tight end for Northwestern, the senior Sam Remerdy out of Rock Valley, Iowa. And if the name Remerdy rings a bell, yep, Deb is his aunt. And if you don't know who Deb Remerdy is, she's one of the greatest basketball players that played in this area ever. She was a highlight reel all by herself. So good family genes there with Sam Remerdy, who had a couple of catches last week. He's a senior, and he's a very, very good athlete. He's been a solid player for Northwestern for several years now.
And he's the exact type of build you want for a tight end. 235, 6'4", and he's got some speed.
And Tanner Scouten, who's coming off of knee injury, he is back at wide receiver. He is a threat to break it open at any time.
Yeah, no kidding. A touchdown last week, 96 yards through the air, and 5 receptions, and he's out of Orange City, a nice hometown kid for them. Speaking of hometown kids, let's go through another wide receiver. Is Carson Ness is going to be back here at Crane Youngworth Field, playing his first game as the opposition here in Yankton, as he was a Yankton kid, grew up here playing for the hometown Bucks, now making his return to Yankton. And we should note for the fans out there, Carson Ness, who wore 14 in the opener, will be wearing number 5 today.
Yeah.
He had 102 yards through the air in the opener and 4 receptions, playing for the injured Austin Gerard there. Also another number change, Cohen Jacobs, the redshirt freshman wide receiver, will be wearing 15 today instead of 18 that he wore 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, so if you're watching on the web stream, we want to make sure you note that there for those number changes if you're watching online with the video feed. But that's a very solid receiving core for Northwestern, as Bo Bush, the sophomore out of Pella, Iowa, transferring in from the University of South Dakota, so he knows what it's like to play big-time college football. And Northwestern, there's one of those teams. They don't rebuild. They seem to reload.
Yeah, they recruit very, very well. You don't get to be as good as they are for as long as they've been without being incredible recruiters. It's just part of college football.
And speaking Northwestern, I did get a chance to catch up with Matt McCarty in his 10th year as the head coach of the Red Raiders. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll come back and have that interview with Coach McCarty. And the opposing coach interview brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're about a half hour away from kickoff. It's Northwestern, the opponent today for the homestanding Lancers of Mount Marty. Back with that interview in a moment, right here on KYNT.
Have aches and pains taken you out of your game? At First Chiropractic Centers, we have been helping people get back into their game for nearly 40 years. Whether your game is sports related, or it looks more like gardening, household chores, exercising, or just daily life, if your pain is preventing you from enjoying or participating in your chosen activity, we can help. With offices in Yankton, Hardington, Tyndall, and Wagner. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. CoreTrust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from CoreTrust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
The Mount Marty pregame show continues here on a Saturday afternoon in Yankton, and it's time now to hear from the coach of the Northwestern Red Raiders. That's Matt McCarty. This interview being brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and the Holiday Inn Express here in Yankton. Coach, you had a good run last year, eventually fell to the national champions in the playoffs. What experience do you bring back with this year's squad?
Yeah, for us, returning this year, it really starts up front on both sides of the football. We have some returners on the offensive line, and then the defensive line is where we return 5 or 6 guys that played a lot for us last year, a couple All-Americans up front, and those guys really have been the tone setters for us throughout spring football, throughout fall camp. Really up front is where we return a lot of key experience. And then offensively, skill positions at receiver, we've got some really good experience returning there as well.
All right, and who are some of the new faces on this year's team that expect to see a lot of action on both offense and defense?
One that Yankton fans will be familiar with is Carson Ness. Carson had 100 yards for us in his first game last week, and Carson's going to have a big year for us and have a big role for us offensively. And then Bo Bush is a transfer quarterback from the University of South Dakota. They had a phenomenal first game for us, and Bo's done a really nice job. And then running back, our running back room is all freshmen or redshirt freshmen, and so we feel like it's a really talented room. But those guys, they're getting their first taste of college football. And so the growth that those guys will see throughout the year is going to be really fun to see.
Now, do we expect to see a bunch of guys getting time at running back in this contest?
Yeah, you'll probably see like three different guys getting carries. With Solomon T, he led us in rushing last week. Had a really good game, really patient runner, great vision. Gardner Casey's a true freshman for us. We'll get some carries. I feel like he's the most explosive of our running backs. Then Eli Carpenter is another back that's a little bit more of a powerful back. All three of those guys complement each other really well and really fit into our offense well. But you'll see all three getting time in the backfield.
All right, Waldorf was your opponent. You had a week off. Does that bye week this early in the season, does that kind of throw a monkey wrench into coaches' planning?
It's different. It's the first time we've ever experienced this. It feels like we haven't played forever. But it was good. You know, we were able, with the young group that we have and so many new faces on the field, we're able to take what we learned from that week one, have some time to really focus on those areas, and hopefully play, you know, better football this week yet.
And Mount Marty fans know that because I believe it was 3 years ago we had the week one bye, and that was after we played a Thursday game, and I can tell you it felt like it was a month and a half between football games. So talk about coming into this particular contest. You know, so you've had a common opponent. What do you expect from Mount Marty today?
You know, Mount Marty, as you watch them, they just continue to improve. I think Coach Micheletti and his staff have done a really nice job. They're a sound football team, and you watch them, you know, you're going to have to make winning football plays, whether it's offensively, defensively, and special teams, to beat them. They're sound offensively, they're sound defensively. You know, I think Rugby makes things go for them on offense. He's a guy you can't let get confident and let him get started, because he's a competitor, and he'll find a way to kind of will them to victory. And so we've got to find ways to make him uncomfortable today, but a really well-coached football team, and a team that you're going to have to play well to beat.
Now, it's one thing to look at numbers on a stat sheet for a football team, but a football team is more than that. It's leadership, it's heart and soul. So tell us about some of the leaders on your team, both offensively and defensively, guys that are leaders in the locker room.
Yeah, you know, offensively, Tanner Scouten for us as a senior receiver, coming back from a couple different ACL injuries, and he's missed 2 full years with ACL injuries, and had a big game last week for us. It's really awesome to see him back out there, but he's matured so much as a player and as a person, and just sets the tone for us and how hard he works. You know, coming back, he's 8 months from ACL surgery, and just a really awesome leader for us on that side of the football. Defensively, you know, Jacob Dragster and Tristan Voss up front. Those guys are tone setters. Two of our most talented players, but 2 of our hardest workers, whether it's weight room, classroom. You know, they really get after it, and our guys respond to those guys.
And how about some of the guys that kind of keep things lighthearted, you know, the guys that crack up everybody, keep the team loose. You got some of those guys on the team?
You have to. Yeah, we definitely got those guys. 26, you'll see him on the defensive line, Jackson Hildebrand. He keeps things light. He's got a great energy about him. He's a heavyweight wrestler for our wrestling team as well. And so he definitely keeps things loose and keeps things interesting.
Now, with the program here, you've got obviously a lot of assistant coaches helping you. Tell us about some of the men on your staff that help you run this program.
Yeah, I've been blessed with really good assistant coaches, and you know, as you mentioned, it's my 10th year now, so I'm starting to feel old because half of my staff right now has played for me. I recruited them and played for me within my 10 years as head coach. So offensive coordinator is Josh Fakema. Josh was a freshman in my first recruiting class, played tight end for us, had an outstanding career as a tight end. This is third year as an offensive coordinator, I guess. And then Brett Mosier now had moved into our defensive coordinator role, played for us, All-American defensive lineman for us, and then now serving as our defensive coordinator, had been our special teams coordinator the last few years. Again, does a great job. They're such fun guys to work with. Cody Mosier, Corbin Gramstead, Greg Will, our other full-time coaches, all young guys that played for me again in that last several years. But it's a good group. They really care about these kids. They understand our vision and our mission for our program, and they really live it out and really invest in our guys.
Coach, thanks for your time and good luck today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Matt McCarty, head coach of the Northwestern Red Raiders. We'll take a break and come back more with the pregame show right here on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play.
After the game, or maybe even while watching it here.
Enjoy authentic flavor at RV Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
Authentic flavor.
Family driven.
And a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RV Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
Not all funerals are the same, and neither are funeral homes. This is Paul Wintz of the Wintz and Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton. A death in a family is one of life's most significant events. We understand the importance of such an event and realize there are no second chances. We will guide you through all your options so you are comfortable with the services chosen. Our experience, professionalism, compassion, and attention to detail will ensure everything is perfect. Wintz and Ray Funeral Home, Yankton.
And welcome back to the Dakota Beverage Pregame Show. Getting ready for Mount Marty playing host to Northwestern here on a hot, sunny Saturday afternoon in Yankton. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. It's time now to meet the starting lineups for both teams. And that's being brought to you today by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. With the starting lineups, here's Tehl Tanner.
Started off up front with the Mount Marty Lancers as usual. The left tackle, a 320-pound junior out of Grandview, Missouri, in Desmond Taylor, wearing 77. The left guard, senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, wearing 57 today, Zach Carlson. The junior, Nick Bunkers, at center out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, wearing 61. The right guard, number 62, sophomore out of North Platte, Nebraska, and Alex Gove. And the right tackle, number 58, a junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, David Grabo. For the pass catcher, start with the tight end, a senior out of Seguin, Texas, number 2, James Brinsley. In the slot is a receiver, Jack Rowland, a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska, wearing 9. Wide receiver, junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, in Jackson Waholtz, wearing 16. And wide receiver, number 4, Rodney Broadnax out of Cleveland, Tennessee, a junior. Running back for the Mount Marty Lancers, you're going to see both Kyle Hirsch, a sophomore out of Gayville, wearing number 1, and Malachi Hartz, a senior out of Merced, California, wearing 7. And the starting quarterback of the Mount Marty Lancers, a redshirt sophomore, hometown kid out of Yankton, number 14, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers are averaging 213 yards per game on the ground, 201 through the air. That's 414 yards overall, scoring 36 points per game. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front again, the sophomore left end out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, number 52, Bryson Mitchell. The nose tackle, senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 92, Lane Ferguson. The right end, number 1, senior out of Mount Shasta, California, DJ Brown. For your linebackers, it'll be the outside linebacker on the left edge, sophomore out of Pearland, Texas, number 27, Kavion Rogers. The other outside linebacker, junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota, number 7, Isaac Crownover. Middle linebacker in Cole Cripps, a senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, number 11. And middle linebacker, number 9, junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in Brock Lubers. Your secondary, start on the left edge for a corner, senior out of San Diego, California, number 4, Amir Conley. On the other end, a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, number 0, Asmaram Muhammad. The strong safety, Daniel Pierce, junior out of Oxnard, California, wearing 24. And the free safety, junior out of Metairie, Louisiana, number 8, Arthur Oliver.
The Lancers giving up 133 yards per game on the ground, 154 through the air. That's 287 overall. They're limiting teams to just 16 points per game. Now, let's turn to the other side of the ledger. Let's meet the Northwestern Red Raiders offense.
Start up front again. The left tackle, number 69, sophomore out of Lenox, Iowa, and Owen Junker. The left guard, Corver Hupke out of Independence, Iowa, another junior. He's wearing 77. The sophomore, a junior out of South Dakota, wearing 65, and Griffin Schneider. The right guard, and Caleb Noeski, a redshirt freshman out of Exeter, California. And the right tackle, Michael Block, wearing 66 today, sophomore out of Sibley, Iowa. Tight end, Sam Remerdy, as you said, a very good athletic family. Number 87, a senior out of Rock Valley, Iowa. And some of the pass catchers, returning once again, 8 months from an ACL surgery. Tanner Scouten to start today, 6'4", 190-pound senior out of Orange City, Iowa, hometown kid. Austin Gerard ready to return today, get his first action after an 800-yard, 8-touchdown season last year. junior out of Gilbert, Arizona, and Cohen Jacobs, the redshirt freshman, ready to start today as well, wearing 15, we'll remind you. The starting running back for the Northwestern Red Raiders, a redshirt freshman out of Sioux Center, Iowa, in Solomon T., and the quarterback, a sophomore transfer from the University of South Dakota out of Pella, Iowa, wearing 6 today, is Bo Bush.
204 yards per game on the ground, 239 through the air, 443 total. That's what Northwestern posted against Waldorf. They scored 40 points. Let's meet the Red Raider defense now.
On the left end, a sophomore out of Newell, Iowa, Caden Meyer. Left side on a defensive tackle, senior out of Rogersville, Missouri, number 5, Tristan Voss. Caden Meyer wearing 91, by the way. Nose tackle, Jacob Dragstra, senior out of Sioux Center, Iowa, wearing number 9. The right edge, Levi Egley, senior out of Fort Dodge, Iowa, wearing 41. Your linebackers, Ben Egley, also out of Fort Dodge, Iowa, a senior wearing 34. Your other outside linebacker, and Jalen Hines, a junior out of Austin, Texas, wearing 29. Your middle linebacker, number 27, sophomore out of T, South Dakota, in Jackson Smith. And your secondary, Luke Yedelma, a senior out of Orange City, Iowa, another hometown kid, wearing number 2. On the other end, number 7 out of Inwood, Iowa, sophomore Camden Cruz. Your strong safety, number 8, junior out of Spirit Lake, Iowa, and Drew Alger. And your free safety, number 0, out of Sioux Center, Iowa, a junior in Kyler Fritz.
How dominant was Northwestern on defense? Well, they limited Waldorf to minus 20 yards rushing, 88 passing yards. That's just 68 yards of offense, and they registered 6 sacks in the shutout. And those are your starting lineups today, being brought to you by Foreman Charters. We're about 15 minutes away from kickoff of today's game. We're going to take a timeout, and we'll come back, and we'll have an interview with Coach John Micheletti that's being brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show for Mount Marty football. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, back in a couple of minutes right here on KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
Recently, a small business owner came into the UPS store to pick up a banner we printed for her latest event. As we rolled it up, she asked if we also designed brochures. The answer? Absolutely, we can help with that too. For over 7 years, the UPS store in Yankton has been helping customers with all kinds of printing, from large banners to detailed brochures. Come see us today and find out how we can assist with your next big project. And don't forget to ask about our print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Ken at Ace Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
Back to school is an exciting time for students. It can also be a very stressful time. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. Heavy backpacks can cause injuries in children, so start the year off right and make sure your child's backpack weighs no more than 5 to 10% of their body weight and doesn't hang more than 4 inches below the waistline. For pain or discomfort resulting from backpack use, call First Chiropractic Centers. Making life better, one adjustment at a time.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care, whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn to the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers in John Micheletti. This brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Coach, it's one of them weeks where everybody starts to get a little more serious as Northwestern is coming to town. Tell me about this last week's practice and what the mood has been for your players and your coaching staff.
Yeah, really in a normal season, that week 2 to week 3 is really when you start to establish your identity as a football team, obviously offensively, defensively, and special teams. But, our guys are eager to play at home, I think most importantly, and in front of the great Yankton crowd, but even more having the opportunity of that being a ranked opponent coming back here and a team that we feel that we match up pretty well with. When you look at our schematically, very, very similar, and they've had a lot of respect, and that's something that we're trying to get. So we're very excited about this week.
Coach, when it comes to your team, you're now 2 weeks in. Your 2 longest road trips are out of the way. What have you learned about your program this season? Yeah, that we had a deep team. There's a lot more guys playing in games than we've had in years past. I think a lot of those early season hiccups have kind of been worked out, and our guys are growing very close together. This is probably one of the closest teams I've ever been a part of, talking about relationships within the team and all that stuff. So I'm excited to see these guys get battle tested this week with Northwestern. Let's turn to Northwestern, the number 7 team in the nation, a quarterfinal playoff team from last year. What are you seeing from them in the way they're able to beat teams? Yeah, they don't beat themselves ever. If you look at even their only game they played this year with Waldorf, they go down the field, score, and then they kick off and somehow get the ball to bounce on the one and then straight up, it doesn't even go in. Everybody thinks, and the whole stadium probably thinks it's going to be a touchback, but it stays in play, and they're able to tackle the guy within the 2-yard line, get a safety 2 plays later. It's just one of those things that if they take advantage of other people's mistakes, probably better than anybody else. So we got to make sure that we don't give them any of those mistakes and take advantage of the ones that we have. So let's turn to your team. When it comes to facing a defense like Northwestern, offensively, how do you approach it? Yeah, I think Coach Lewis has got that built into our system with a lot of the shifts, trades, and motions. Try to get their guys to be misaligned or miscommunicate in some way. But when we have those double team blocks up front, we got to make sure we get some movement, and it's one of those that if we're going to put 2 guys on one, we got to win that one. And they have 2 very stellar inside guys in Voss and Dragsta there. That we got to make sure that we keep them occupied, and when they get off the field, we pick things up a little bit more. So, on offense, their offense, that is, they've had a very good running back over the last 4 years since I've been here. It's nice to see McQuillan not back there anymore, but it's definitely the next man up mentality, and they have very, very talented guys on the wide receiver room. So we got to make sure that our eye discipline is very good on the defensive side. Coach, well, thank you very much for your time. Good luck out there against Northwestern. I can't wait to see this game. Appreciate it, Tehl. That brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make it Sherco. Back in a couple of minutes, you're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT. Kickoff up next.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family.
Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile.
Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
What's on your to-do list? Wouldn't it be nice to have it all go according to plan? With Midco by your side, you can rest easy with a partner that always has your back. Going with Midco gets you not only proven reliability, but an internet connection built to go further, go faster, and go beyond. If you're ready to add more certainty to your day, visit midco.com to learn more. Let's go.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Kylie is a Runza burger lover.
Especially if it's smothered with sauteed onions and French onion dip and topped with Swiss cheese.
Ah, sounds like you just had the French onion burger at Runza.
Yes. Yes, I did.
Are you crying?
Yeah, it's the onions. Wait, are you crying?
Yeah, because I love the French onion burger. Come get yours today, because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
All right, we're back for our final segment of the pregame show for Mount Marty football. Being brought to you today by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We're about 4 minutes or so away from kickoff of today's game here between the Red Raiders and the Lancers. And it's a beautiful day here. Sunny skies, about 82 degrees. We're expecting a high of 90 here today in Yankton. And the opposing captains are about to meet at the center of the field for the coin flip. And the colors of the game being brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. The Lancers in their home navy blue uniforms, the gold helmets and pants, the white numbers and letters. The road white uniforms, white helmets, white pants, red numbers and letters for the visiting Red Raiders of Northwestern. And this is, again, a sharp contrast to what we had a week ago when it was chilly and 60 degrees. Today, a hot day expected in Yankton, South Dakota. And we welcome everyone that's joining us online, whether you're listening audio only, whether you're listening on the radio, watching the webcast. It's great to have you here for a home game at Crane Youngworth Field. 85, the current temperature as we get set to kick off. As you see the teams on the web stream here meeting at the center of the field. Our referee for today is Connor Sigheisen. Zach Hunnell is the umpire. Aaron Christians is the head linesman. Jordan Sutton, the line judge. Jordan Stewart is the side judge. Joe Martin, the field judge. And Gwen Porter is the back judge. Tehl, final thoughts as the referee is about to toss the coin in the air?
Yeah, both teams need to run the ball today. For the Lancers, that's kind of been their identity with Hartz and Hirsch. They really need to establish a ground game early. For Northwestern, that was their bread and butter all last season. You know, they ran the ball just so incredibly well. They need to do that here again today. This game's going to be one in the trenches.
And I think it's important for the Lancers not to fall behind early. This is an explosive team for Northwestern. Last year, the result over in Orange City was 38-3 in favor of Northwestern. So it's important for the Lancers not to fall behind early. And, of course, if you're the road team that's favored, you always want to get out to that hot start. So it's important for the Lancers to limit their mistakes, and limit and have hopefully no mistakes, because the team against Northwestern, they're going to capitalize on any miscue you may present to them.
Yeah, when you're hosting the number 7 team in the nation, if you're going to come out with a win, you have to play flawless football. If you make mistakes, you're going to fall. That's just how it works when you play a team of Northwestern's caliber. Mount Marty needs to play a flawless game.
And the team's about to take the field here in our first half of football, being brought to you by Dakota Mac. Whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com. Lancers, I believe, won the toss and deferred, so they will kick it off here. And it will be John Lilly to do the kickoff duties. He put the tee down at the 40 and had to be reminded by the ref, son, you got to put it back at the 35.
Early season.
Yep, third game of the year for Mount Marty, second game of the year for the Red Raiders of Northwestern. Great to have you here today for college football. And the Red Raiders will get their hand on the football first. Again, they are number 7 in the preseason poll. And considering the success they've had over the last few years, no surprise that they're highly ranked. Okay, ball is on the tee. Teams are ready to go. Lilly approaches, puts the toe to it, and we are underway with a high end-over-end kick. And it's going to drop back inside the 5-yard line, taking it out past the 20 and down the sideline, down the 30 to the 40. That's the return man. That's Braden Bosma. And he had a great return for Northwestern.
Yeah, he did. Lancers just didn't set the edge down that far sideline, had an open lane. We talk about playing mistake-free football. There was the first one right there. A great return for Northwestern across the 40-yard line already.
So they have great field position to start off, do the Lancers. Field position in any contest, very important, especially if you're the underdog team. And let's face it, the Lancers are the underdog in this contest, playing at home. And out of the shotgun set, put a man in motion, and it is a handoff to T, and he's hit in the backfield and dropped right at the line of scrimmage. A minimal gain on the play as he tried the left side.
That looks like the Lancers send their free safety and Arthur Oliver off the right edge on the first play, and that's exactly where they ran it to. Gain of only 1. Good tackle from the safety.
Mount Marty football today brought to you by Ben's Brew Station. Ben's Brew Station is the official watch party location of KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. Second down and 9 from the left hash mark. Receivers either side, pistol formation, play action. Bush, the left-hander, throws. Incomplete. Intended for the backup tight end, Lane Mawson out of Sioux Center, the freshman. He was well covered.
Yeah, there was good coverage there, and a safety crashing down to put a hit on him if he caught it. Third down to start things off. This is the exact opportunity the Lancer defense is hoping for. Third and long. Peel your ears back for the pass rushers. Get after the quarterback. Make him feel uncomfortable early for the Red Raiders. Let's see what their offensive line has got here on third and long.
2 receivers trot out to the right-hand side. 1 man out to the left. Running back shifts over, now behind his quarterback to the left side. Bush, the southpaw, drops back, looks over the middle. Pass is going to be caught near the first down marker, but this is going to depend on the spot. It looks like they're going to give it to him. First down, caught by Austin Gerard. And now one of the officials is coming in from the side saying, no catch, incomplete.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at it. New this year, our Farmers Union Insurance replay, as we can take a look at this.
Yep, and our replay brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance.
There was, and it looked about a yard short in my eyes.
But they're going to say he never
even had it anyway.
Yeah, it was tough to see with all the bodies surrounding the receiver because there were 3 navy blue jerseys there. Incomplete as the result, so a 3 and out for the Red Raiders, and they'll punt it away with Luke Yeltima. Also plays on defense for him and has the rugby-style punt. High, not very far, drifting to the right. Everyone backing away and caught by an assistant coach near the 32-yard line. And this will not be a good punt for Yeltima, who, believe it or not, that's his first punt of the year. He didn't punt at all 2 weeks ago against Waldorf.
Yeah, it looks like the net on that punt only going to be just over 20 yards, and we'll welcome in the Mount Marty Lancers offense trotting out there for the first time at young quarterback in Rugby Riken, who's had a great start to the season. 7 passing touchdowns and 1 on the ground.
Yep, 2 interceptions as well, 60% pass completion. He operates the pistol. He has 2 backs in the backfield. Now he'll shift the man in motion. Carbajal out of the backfield. Roll out to the right. Wants to run now up the middle. Gets away from a man across the 35. Running to his left to the 40. 45 out of bounds near midfield. First down, Lancers on the scramble by Rugby Riken.
Yeah, that was a great play by Riken there. Able to just find a gap in the defense. That's exactly what Coach McCarty said they needed to make him feel uncomfortable today. Riken looking comfortable to start things off.
And again, 2 men in the backfield in the shotgun set. 2 receivers out to the right now. Carbajal splits out in motion. Play action. Bubble screen. Carbajal catch across midfield. Short gain. Knocked out of bounds. Probably about a 3-yard gain when all is said and done on that first down play.
Carbajal has 6 catches on the year, 99 yards. That'll put him over 100 here in his sophomore year for the Lancers.
Carbajal will check out, has to run, of course, all the way across the field to the Lancers sideline. Wahol's in there now. Jack Rowland splits out as a wide receiver on the right side. 2nd down and 7. Early on, no score. Out of the shotgun, handoff. Hirsch running to his right. Puts his head down, tackled, no gain.
That's a great tackle by Kyler Fritz. The free safety came screaming in right after the ball carrier. Lowered his shoulder, put a hit on him. Right at the line of scrimmage, and now it's 3rd down in turn for the Lancers. Now this is where the Lancers really were good last year. 54% conversion rate on 3rd down all of last year. That was the #1 conversion rate in the country.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 3rd down and 7. Shotgun set, pistol formation, and now Reichman wants to change it up. Still got about 15 seconds on the play clock. It's being signaled in from the sideline. Now Hirsch shifts over, stands to the left of his quarterback. Shotgun set. Carbajal comes in motion from left to right as a wideout. Northwestern showing blitz. They'll rush 4. Riken wide open up the middle. There's nobody there. Jukes puts his head down, has the first down at the 39-yard line. Another scramble, another first down.
Riken had to dive for it. Took a little bit of a hit at the tail end of that play, but is able to get that first down. 2 scrambles. Riken using his legs early and getting first downs for the Lancers in opposing territory at the 40 now.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by CoreTrust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. CoreTrust Bank, raise your expectations with CoreTrust. Member FDIC. First down and 10. 11:25 left to go. First quarter, no score. Rowland comes in motion. Malachi Hart's in at running back. He'll take the handoff, tries the left side, stutter step up the middle, puts his head down, got about 4 yards on the play from the 40 to the 36 of Northwestern.
Malachi Hart's once again a great couple of weeks to start off the season. Right at the moment, he has 236 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. That's in 2 games, 236 yards and 2 touchdowns.
2nd down and 6. A lot of options here. 2 receivers either side. Hartz lines up in the pistol formation behind Riken. Here comes Rowland in motion. He'll look to block. Pass. Incomplete over the middle.
Was looking for one of his seniors in the captain, James Brinsley. Good coverage by the Red Raiders there.
Yep.
3rd down.
Yeah, 2 white jerseys in that area defensively on a nice play action. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. Big 3rd down here, possibly 4-down territory for Mount Marty. They'll split out 1 man either side, 2 men in the backfield, and now Carbajal goes out to the left-hand side. Straight drop back. Pressure up the middle. Riken, grabbed by the ankle, throws over the middle, caught at the 25-yard line. That's complete for a first down.
Oh my gosh, what a play from the Lancers here.
Brinsley with the catch. He went down to scoop it off the turf.
Let's take a look at that once again. Riken dropping back to throw, rushers all around him, and he is able to get rid of it.
Yep, he was nearly sacked, scrambled out to his right there and just threw on the run, and a nice pass and a first down for Mount Marty. They're on the move with 10-12 left to go. First quarter, no score. Pistol formation. Handoff. Hartz has a hole up the middle, but it's closed quickly. Ran into a brick wall, shoved back after a 3-yard gain. Looked like he was going to have more as he got past that initial wall, but credit the Northwestern defense for closing in quickly. 2nd and 7 coming up for Mount Marty here on a hot, sunny afternoon in Yankton at Crane Youngworth Field. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride. College football under the sun, as it should be on a Saturday afternoon. Hartz in the backfield, pistol formation, play action, roll out, looking downfield. Reichen throw on the move, incomplete at the 15-yard line. Brinsley, the intended receiver, great coverage by Luke Yeltima, the cornerback out of Orange City, Iowa.
Lancers trying to get Brinsley involved early, but Northwestern is locking him down. 2 targets, both times great coverage, knocking the pass to the ground.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Avera. Check out Avera Health at avera.org. Check it out today.
Another big 3rd down. Lancers have been good on these so far in this drive.
2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Hirsch stays in the block. It's going to be a quarterback draw. He's in trouble. He'll throw towards the end zone. Incomplete. Towards the left side over the head of Jackson Wahols, who was open near the left sideline. And a penalty flag is down near the line of scrimmage. And it's going to be holding on the offense. That's kind of what I thought. 10-yard penalty, and they're going to repeat the down.
Yeah, they're going to take the yardage here instead of taking it to 4th, because this might push them out of field goal range.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. 9:19 left to go, quarter number 1. No score between Northwestern and Mount Marty here at Crane Youngworth Field. Now it's going to be 3rd down and long. Almost 20 yards to go. 3rd down and about 17, I think. As the play being signaled in from the sideline. Rugby Reichen off to a good drive here. Needs to come up with something on this 3rd down play. Carbajal to his right, Hirsch to his left in the backfield. 2 receivers out to the left, 1 out to the right. Shotgun set. Carbajal goes out of the backfield into the pattern. Here comes the pressure. Reichen's going to be sacked. Back of the 43-yard line. Wanted to throw, pulled it back in, and the defense was there. I believe that was Tristan Voss, the All-American defensive tackle.
Yeah, just right up the middle. Beat that right guard in the center. Got a hold of Reichen. That'll bring up 4th.
Punting unit comes out. Check that. The offense is staying out there. And the special teams came out for a moment and then retreated.
Yeah, everybody's very confused, and Northwestern's actually going to end up burning a timeout. I was assuming they were just going to do a little pooch kick. Reichen himself was going to maybe punt it there, but they ended up making Northwestern take a timeout, so that ended up working out for the Lancers, causing confusion.
All right, this timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway, or you can call them at 665-1222. No score left. 8:49 first quarter. Northwestern to Mount Marty. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450, Yankton's home team.
Football weekends are better with Shiner Oktoberfest. This seasonal Marzen-style brew is crafted with roasted malts for a rich, toasty flavor that fits perfectly with tailgates, bonfires, and every kickoff in between. Whether you're celebrating under the lights, watching college ball with friends, or catching the pros on Sunday, Shiner Oktoberfest brings the taste of the season to your game day. It's here for a limited time, so grab Shiner Oktoberfest today and make it part of your football tradition.
All right, 4th and 25 coming up for the Lancers from the Northwestern 40, and they're apparently going to go for it. Empty backfield, and here comes the pooch kick from Reichen, and there's a man back deep, and he fumbles it. Ball's loose. Oh, but it's covered up by Bosma at the 14-yard line. Almost disaster there for the Red Raiders on the pooch kick.
That was close there, and as I called it, I figured Reichen was going to do the little pooch kick there. It was a little long for an actual play to be run, and Lancers execute it very, very well. Got him inside the 20 there, but almost more is near fumble.
Yeah, and it's amazing. He kicked it with his left foot, and he's a right-handed quarterback. 1st down and 10, Northwestern. 8:42 left, first quarter, no score. Bo Bush in the shotgun set. As receivers either side wants to throw. Pressure coming across the middle. Remerdy has it at the 20-yard line. Tackled right away by Pierce. Good quick pattern there.
And that was a good throw as well. In traffic, put it exactly where it needed to be, and a dart, had some velocity on that one, so the defense didn't have time to recover. Short gain.
Yep, but they'll take it. Gain of, well, it looks like about a 6-yard gain on the.
There.
Yeah, they put it at the 21-yard line, or no, they put it down right at the 20. So we'll call it 2nd down and 5 for the Red Raiders. They'll put a man in motion in the backfield and hand off straight up the middle. Solomon T, no gain on that run.
Another 3rd down to start things off. Northwestern just had a 3-and-out after some good field possession on their opening drive. Now another 3rd down. The Lancer defense playing well early.
Marty football today brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. 3rd down and 5 coming up for the Red Raiders. They'll split 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Tight end shifts over to the right side. Pass out, caught. 1st down near the 30-yard line. Great catch there by Tanner Scouten, the senior out of Orange City.
And what a route. Scouten was working on Asmaran Muhammad, jukes inside, ends up taking the out route, had his defender on the ground as he caught that one. That was a great route.
Yep, and that pass was on target. And remember, Scouten's coming off a knee injury, and he made that cut. Made it look like, knee injury? What knee injury? 1st down and 10, Red Raiders. Rimerty shifts over to the left side at a tight end. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Handoff up the middle. And that's Solomon T with the carry. Runs into a host of Lancers after a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7 coming up for the Red Raiders. They've been very deliberate. They'll make a substitution. Gardner Casey coming in at running back. He's the freshman out of Bolivar, Missouri. And he will spell Solomon T in the lineup. 2nd down and 7 coming up. 6.5 minutes left to go. 1st quarter, no score between Northwestern and Mount Marty. Red Raiders with the ball. 2nd and 7 from their own 33-yard line. Bush out of the shotgun, rolls to his left. The southpaw wants to throw, delivers, tipped out of bounds. Almost intercepted by Lubers at the 43-yard line. It's incomplete. And I believe that Scouten was his intended receiver.
Yeah, that was a close one. Lubers had 2 hands on that ball, just linebacker hands, bounced off out of bounds, but pass deflection either way, and that's another 3rd down incoming.
Actually, that was Carson Ness, the intended receiver, on the far sideline, right in front of the Northwestern bench. 3rd down and 7, Red Raiders. Ness and Jacobs split out on the right-hand side, Scouten out on the left. 1 back to the left of the quarterback in the shotgun set. He'll drop straight back. Looks, quick throw. Caught. Easy 1st down at the 41-yard line to Scouten.
Yeah, another great route.
Again, what precision on that pass and the route run.
Yeah, you can just see it on the replay, top of your screen over there. Just digs inside, 10 yards downfield, or to the outside, 10 yards downfield. Had his defender backpedaling. Easy completion.
Well executed by Northwestern. Timing on that was perfect. 1st down and 10, Red Raiders. Now they'll go with a double tight end set. 1 receiver either side, pistol formation, and a play action. Bush looking downfield, throws the long ball, and it's going to be incomplete at the 15-yard line. Ness, the intended receiver. Pierce had a step on him. No way Ness was going to catch that ball. I think he stumbled a little bit, and Pierce was the only guy who really had a chance at that pass, which ended up incomplete.
Yeah, Ness had a great week last week. 4 receptions, over 100 yards, 102 in his college debut, which is great for the young receiver. Yankton kid returning to Crane Youngworth. They wanted to go deep to him early, just not quite there.
All right, here it is. 5:32 left, 1st quarter. 2nd down and 10. Man comes in motion. That's Jacobs. Roll out to the right side. The lefty quarterback hangs in there, throws, tipped, and almost intercepted at the 45-yard line. Double coverage on Tyson Bima, the receiver, right in front of the Mount Marty bench. But, boy, 2 blue jerseys right there.
And probably the 2nd pass that should have been intercepted on this drive. That was Amir Conley this time, who had 2 hands on it, got up in the air. You could see the Lancers on the near sideline. Their coaching staff went crazy thinking he had it.
All righty, 3rd down and 10 coming up. 5:27 on the clock here in the 1st quarter. No score between the Red Raiders and the Lancers. 2 men either side. Bush drops back, throws quickly to the sideline, incomplete. Did not connect with Scouten. out in front of him and too high at the Lancer 47-yard line, incomplete.
Yeah, exact same route as last time. They tried that out route. This time the Lancers a little better coverage. They had a guy cutting underneath the route, so the quarterback had to put a little more air on it. Just too much, out of bounds.
4th and 10. Yeltima will punt it away again. Pierce stands at his own 18-yard line to receive. Yeltima standing about his own 25. Snap on target. The rugby-style punt off the right side of his foot. High, not very far. Everyone backing away. Takes the Red Raider bounce at the 30 to the 25, and that's where it will stop. And that's where the Lancers will have it, 1st down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day 1. Learn more at parker.com.
Go back to the last drive for the Lancers. It was mostly Rugby Riken doing it on the ground. He had 3 scrambles, gained 24 yards, not counting the sacks on those is most of the reason they got down the field. 2 of 4 throwing the ball for 14 yards. Malachi Hartz had 2 runs for 7 as well.
Handoff, Hartz up the middle, crashes into the line, about a 2-yard gain, and that is all.
I think that was Hirsch in there.
Or I'm sorry, Hirsch.
At 1 and 7 are the numbers on the 2 Lancer running back jerseys. They're fun. Thunder and Lightning, their teammates like to call them. We're seeing both of them so far interchangeable, and that's how it's going to be throughout the season. Those 2 guys, just the lifeblood of this offense.
Chuck Muncie, Tony Galbraith. That was the original Thunder and Lightning for the Saints back in the late 70s. With Archie Manning at quarterback for New Orleans. 2nd down and 8. That is Hirsch standing to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Pitch, Hirsch, left side, across the 30, across the 35. Simple running play, the quick pitch, and that will be a 1st down for Mount Marty.
Go back to 2 weeks ago, the Lancers' opening game over at Clark University. That was the bread and butter of the offense. Just give the ball to Kyle Hirsch in space out on the edges with blockers in front and let him work. He went crazy 2 weeks ago. That was a good play there for a 1st down.
From the 36, 1st and 10 Lancers. They're working right to left on your radio dial. Pistol formation. They'll go back to the run. Hirsch runs into his own blocker, puts his head down, gets a yard, and that's all. A nice job up front by Northwestern to disrupt that play.
That was a great push by the defensive line right in the center of the offensive line. Pushed an offensive lineman back into Hirsch, bounced off him, tried to go left, gained only a yard there.
Red Raiders play that 4-3 defense, but they've got 3 seniors and a sophomore in those starting linemen, and including the All-American from last year in Tristan Voss. 2nd down and 9. Pistol formation. Wahols moves over to the right-hand side as he went in motion. Blitz coming. Riken throws. Catch made. Not enough for a 1st down, but Wahols is going to get about 7 yards on the play. Sets up 3rd and short.
Yeah, it's exactly what you wanted there. Just 3rd and short. Now the Lancers 2 yards to go, and all options are really open here. This is a Lancer team that loves running the ball, but they've had good success throwing the ball as well. I saw that completed pass there. The last one to Hirsch, and Riken's been able to scramble out of the pocket quite a bit too.
When you have an agile, mobile quarterback, that creates a lot of headaches for defensive coordinators. 3rd down and 2. They'll go to the run in. Hirsch, he's hit behind the line, and he'll be thrown for a half a yard loss. Got to credit that Northwestern defense with a great surge as Hirsch tried the right side.
That was Jalen Hines. The linebacker came right in, hip tackle, hit him right on that left hip, and took him down. Gives a little bow to his teammates after that. Deserved it. That was a great play on 3rd.
2:15 and counting, 1st quarter. No score here between Mount Marty and Northwestern, and Camden Vance will punt it away. He's had a couple blocked this year. That was in the first contest at Clark University. 10 on the play clock. Lancers are going to have to hurry to get this punt away. Now they'll line up. 5 on the play clock. Vance stands his own 28. They get it down, but he drops the ball. He's going to try to run with it. He'll throw it. It's going to be caught, and it's going to be a 1st down, penalty flag down. That pass was caught by a special teams player. Trying to pick up who that was for Mount Marty.
I think this one's going to be coming back. I think the Lancers are going to have to re-kick this one. I'm not sure if it was an eligible man or what we're seeing, but
checking
that was
out.
Very broken play.
That was Matthew Elliott who caught it, but the Lancers are taking ineligible receiver downfield.
Which was pretty much the entire offensive line was downfield on that one because they were trying to go cover the kick, but there was no kick.
Nope. So we'll do it all over again. But, boy, the punting unit has been
a problem.
A problem, and it's a polite way of saying it.
They've had 2 blocked already this year, and that one a fumbled snap or a fumble there on the catch there. James Brinsley out there, long snapper.
Yep. Senior will snap it back to Camden Vance, standing at his own 23-yard line. And dropping back deep is Bosma. Nice punt. Bosma calls for fair catch, but it sails out of bounds near the 30-yard line. That was a good punt by Vance.
And that was needed. Needed to get a hold of that one, and he did. Just on the other end of the 30-yard line in Northwestern's own territory is where they'll set up.
Marty Football brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, we work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Low-scoring game here so far. No score. Mount Marty and Northwestern, just a minute 23 left in quarter number 1. And now it's the Red Raiders with the football. They operate left to right on your radio dial here in quarter number 1. They'll put Ness in motion from right to left. Shotgun set. T in the backfield takes the handoff, has a small hole, runs into a couple of Lancers, but powers his way forward, and he's out of bounds across the 30. Good second effort. That's near the 34-yard line. Gain of about 7.
Yeah, that was
or
a good,
6, rather.
That was a good angry run there. He just refused to go down.
Second down and 4 coming up as we hit the 1-minute mark here in quarter number 1. T has been held in check so far, but he had a good run that time of 6 yards. Turned nothing into something. 2 men now in the backfield. T takes the handoff, running to his right, cuts back to the 39-yard line. And that's enough for a first down for the Red Raiders. And I wonder if the Red Raiders are going to run another play. They do not have to. Play clock at 30, game clock at 26. We'll see. They may want one more play here. They break the huddle, approach the line, what might be the final play of quarter number 1. 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right, 1 man in the backfield. It's going to be a pass attempt. Bush throws over the middle, and it is going to be caught by Remerdy, short gain at the 42-yard line. And that's how we'll end quarter number 1 on about a 3-yard pass completion. No score between Mount Marty and Northwestern. Quarter number 1 at an end. Back with the second quarter in 1 minute on KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
Do you dread payroll or bookkeeping for your business? What would you do with the hours you spend crunching numbers? Have a relaxing weekend? Enjoy a hobby? Maybe you could actually focus on growing your business. At H&R Block of Yankton, we take care of everything payroll and bookkeeping related, so you can actually focus on other important things. We'll do the counting, so you can do what matters most. Contact locally owned H&R Block of Yankton at 605-665-3366 today.
Getting ready for the start of the second quarter. Mount Marty playing host to Northwestern college football on a Saturday afternoon. No score here as we start the second quarter between the Red Raiders and the Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. Partly cloudy skies, a hot afternoon, temperature 85 when we kick things off. We're expecting a high of near 90 today, currently holding at 85 degrees as quarter number 2 starts off. And
one of those days where it's supposed to get just hotter as the day goes along. We're going to hit our hottest at about 4 or 5 o'clock right at the end of this game.
Swing out pass on first down, and it is caught by the backup running back, Casey, and he gets across the 45 to about the 47-yard line. Good play there Nice safe play and a good accurate pass by Bo Bush.
One thing we're seeing from Northwestern on this drive is ball carriers are not going down on first contact. They're getting hit, and then they're going down 3 to 4 yards later.
Third down and about 2 coming up. They're at the 47. They need to get to the 49-yard line. Red Raiders moving right to left on your radio dial. 2 men split out to the right side. Double tight end set, or check that single tight end set with 2 men in the backfield. And it's going to be T running to his right. Tries to turn the corner. He can't. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. No gain.
A great play from the Lancers defensive line there. Just able to hold him, force him back inside where there were blue jerseys waiting.
Punting unit trots out onto the field. Yeltima, the punter, stands around his own 30. Daniel Pierce drops back. He'll stand near his own 20-yard line when all is said and done. Yeltima is that rugby-style punter, takes a couple of running steps to his right when he kicks the ball away. Ball at the 46-yard line. Snap on target. Gets a good punt away, angling to the right. Pierce, fair catch at the 17-yard line. That's where the Lancers set it up 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Not really much on the stat board here after one.
It's been a defensive game so far. Both teams' defense is showing up to play here today.
All right, so now the Lancers are deep in their own territory at their own 17-yard line. 1st down and 10. Reichen sets Brinsley as his tight end on the left side. Pitch, Hirsch, quick, gets to about the 20, and there he's pushed out of bounds.
Just quick pitch, give it to Kyle Hirsch in space, get a couple yards there. Short gain this time. Northwestern was reading that well.
Yeah, gain of about 3 on the play. It's 2nd and 7 coming up for Mount Marty. Just underway here in quarter number 2. No score. Defensive game between the Red Raiders and the Lancers. From the left hash mark, 2nd down and 7. Empty backfield now. Reichen looks, bubble screen, caught. Hirsch over on the right side, swarmed under, no gain on the play. That was well read by the defense of the Red Raiders, and Yeltima leading the charge. He's their punter and also plays defensive back. Hayden Gross in the play as well. Interesting story there. The young man out of O'Gorman was the quarterback last year, was 3rd on the depth chart this year, and they decided, hey, he's too good of an athlete to have on the bench. You want to play defense? The young man said, whatever, coach, I'll help the team out.
I love that mentality. For example, one of the Lancer captains in James Brinsley, their tight end, yeah, he was safety. He was playing safety a while ago.
Yep. 3rd down and long. Reichen looking to his left out of the shotgun, throws. Wahols catches at the 45-yard line. 1st down for the Lancers. A beautiful timing route.
Yeah, that was a great seam route, just right off that left edge of the offensive line. Got over the defense. Beautiful throw right in the breadbasket. That was a great play from Mount Marty.
Yep, found a hole right in the middle of the field, in the middle of that coverage. 1st down, Mount Marty. Lancer football brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. 11:35 left to go. 2nd quarter, no score. Quick pass, bubble screen. It's Wahols. Gets past the man to midfield to the 40-yard line. There he's pushed out of bounds. 1st down, Mount Marty, as Kyler Fritz pushes him out of bounds in Red Raider territory.
Mount Marty scored a touchdown, their first one of the day last week in that exact play. Jackson Waholt screen out to the left side, and he looked very similar. Had a man coming at him, was able to juke out, get about 10 yards, I believe, on that score. They were in goal-to-go situation at that point. This one a 1st down.
From the 39-yard line of the Red Raiders, 1st down and 10 Lancers. Pistol formation. Reichen rolls out to his right. Under pressure, throws, got a man. Brinsley catches it at the 23-yard line. That was not a big window, and Reichen delivered it on target.
Yeah, the Lancer passing game is just starting to feel it, and now we get the hurry up. They've got Northwestern on their heels. They're going to stay on them.
Come quickly to the line. 1st and 10, running play. Hartz to his right, puts his shoulders pads down, and he'll get about 3 yards to the 22-yard line. So a gain of 3 on that play. And Hart's kind of clapping his hands in frustration. He thought, man, if I could have got past that one guy, I could have had a whole lot more. 2nd and 7 coming up, 10-15 and counting. Second quarter, no score. Lancers on the move. Now they'll take a look to the side. Play being signaled in. Reichen will direct traffic, sends Hart's to stand to his right side in the shotgun set. Straight drop back over the middle. Man's open. Caught. Touchdown. Touchdown to Rodney Broadnax. His first catch of the day on a really precise pass.
Now Marty's going to take a lead at home over the number 17 in the nation here in this second quarter. What a throw right over the defense. Let's take a look at this one, Steve.
Check out our replay brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. And Reichen had time, and that pass on target. Little post route. And now the holder will be Noah McDermott, and Vance will try the point after kick. Low snap, collected, kick on the way. It is good. 9:54 left, second quarter. Mount Marty 7, Northwestern nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tykrow in Yankton today.
That last scoring drive, 7 plays, 83 yards, 3:39 time of possession, and the touchdown pass, 22 yards. Reichen to Broadnax. Let's check it out on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. Just right on target. Broadnax with that 6'4" frame just went up and got it. And for the first time ever, Mount Marty is ahead of Northwestern in a football game. They've never been ahead. And now it will be John Lilly to kick it off. Dropping back deep are Gardner Casey and Braden Bosma. They'll stand at about their own 5-yard line. 9:54 left. Second quarter. Lancers 7. Red Raiders nothing. Lilly, the jump step. Now he'll put the toe to it. High end over end kick, kind of short. Bosma at the 12-yard line. Reverses his field. Has an opening. He's at the 30, the 40, near midfield, and finally dragged out of bounds. Another great return by Bosma.
Yeah, he's been dangerous. Both times the Lancers have kicked to him. He has had good returns. The last one was just across the 40-yard line. This one near the 40-yard line in opposing territory.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
Both times as we check out this replay, the Lancers just failing to set the edge and contain inside. Last time it was on the near sideline. This time the far one. He's able to reverse field and get all the way across.
Pistol formation, 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Bush wants to throw, looking to his left. Patience throws down the field, incomplete. Overshot Scouten inside the 10-yard line.
It was good coverage from Amir Conley there. One-on-one, corner versus the wide receiver. Conley able to stick with him. Had no safety help. Had to make a play and had good coverage.
Second down and 10 from the Lancer 45-yard line. Northwestern with the ball. They move right to left on your radio dial. Here in quarter number 2, 9:37 left. 3 receivers split out. Now the empty backfield as the running back shifts out to the right-hand side. New quarterback into the game, and he'll take it on the quarterback keeper, plows to the right side. That is Colby Duncan, sophomore out of Papillion, Nebraska. He's more of a running quarterback. 4 carries last week for 12 yards, and now he'll check out, and Bo Bush back into the game. for Northwestern.
Yeah, that, as you said, that is something they did last week, is get him a little bit of action for running carries for 12 yards. He did throw the ball 4 times, had 1 completion as well for 17 yards. But here's 3rd down incoming again in Lancer territory.
Yeah, gain of 5 on that last play. 3rd down and 5. Bush back in at quarterback. 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Remerdy shifts from right to left at the tight end position. T at running back. He'll stay in and block. Bush over the middle. Incomplete. Behind the intended receiver, Remerdy. Cripps on the coverage for the Lancers.
That was great by the Lancer linebackers there, just able to keep coverage on the intended target. Quarterback tried to fit it into a tight window, just a little too tall.
And I think the pass was also behind the receiver
too
as
tall
well.
and behind. And
not good when you're throwing over the middle. And now Pierce will stand back at his own 10-yard line. Yeltima to punt. Maybe a fake coming. Low snap collected. Rugby kick. And it's aiming towards the sideline. Pierce will let it go into the end zone, touchback. So the Lancers will have it at the 20, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. You can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton. You can go online as well at lewisandclarkford.com. Lancers up 7-0. 2nd quarter, 8:41 left. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here on a hot, sunny afternoon in Yankton. Shotgun set. Hirsch in the game at running back to the right of his quarterback. Reichen pitches. Hirsch has an opening, and it's closed quickly, but he'll get 5 yards before the contact is made.
A good 1st down run, bring up 2nd and medium here. Whole playbook is open on 2nd and 5.
Camden Cruz, the first man there for the Red Raiders. 2nd down and 5 coming up. 8:15 and counting. 2nd quarter. Hartz checks into the game at running back. And he'll be to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Brinsley moves over from right to left as a tight end. 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Reichen hands off. Hart slips, goes up the middle, only got a couple of yards. Looked like the right side was open, but he cut it back to the middle. Very little gain.
Yeah, he likes running between the tackles. He's hard to bring down. But as you said, maybe a little more green grass off the right side. 3rd and manageable coming up here for the Lancers, though.
3rd and about 2. They're at the 28. They need to get to the 30. 7:30 and counting until halftime. Lancers up 7-0 over Northwestern. Pistol formation. Here comes Roland in motion. Reichen throws incomplete. Low and behind Waholes, the intended receiver. And the punting unit comes out.
Yeah, that was a tough throw there. There were 2 defenders in the area as we take a look at the replay. Just tried to fit it through the window. Low there.
Yep, not a good pass by Rugby Reichen. He's been pretty accurate. He'd like to have that one back.
Oh, as you say, pretty accurate. He was 8 of 10 before that for 99 yards and a touchdown. As only his 3rd incompletion of the game, but that one was on 3rd down.
Vance stands at his own 13-yard line to punt it away to Bosma, standing at his own 36. Gets the kick away. Good spiral. Fair catch at the 39-yard line for Bosma. And that's where the Red Raiders take over here in the 2nd quarter. They're down 7-0. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowing Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or the Holiday Inn Express in Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes. From the 39, actually they're going to mark it. Well, they're taking a couple of steps back.
38.
Not that I didn't mind, but they'll put it at the 38-yard line. 1st and 10.
Well, take a look at the Northwestern offense so far. Bo Bush, 5 of 13 throwing the ball. 32 yards, 38% completion percentage.
T takes the handoff, runs to his left, turns the corner, hit hard near the line of scrimmage.
And that was a corner, and Amir Conley who brought the boom on that last play. You know, you normally don't see corners giving big hits. You know, they just like to get guys on the ground, but Conley lowering a shoulder there.
That was a great open field play by Amir Conley. And normally corners, they make a business decision when they come up. Not Amir Conley. He put his shoulder down, stuffed that run, no gain.
I love seeing a corner that likes to hit people.
2 men to the right, 1 to the left. Drop back by Bush. Pressure coming over the middle. It's going to be caught by Remerdy across the 40. That was a tough catch.
Yeah, that was a
He'll get
great
to the
catch.
42-yard line before Cripps finally brings him down. But that was a great catch by Sam Remerdy.
Oh, yeah. Cripps was all over him, and Remerdy somehow able to get a hold of that ball. Unfortunately, he was running away from our camera, so we don't have the great angle of how he was able to actually snag it. But from our angle, Cripps was all over him, and he's still somehow able to make the catch. 3rd down either way, though.
3rd down. It's about 6 yards to go for a 1st down. Out of the shotgun, Bush looks to his right, throws down the sideline. Incomplete, intended for Scouten. He wanted a flag. Nothing forthcoming. And that was Muhammad that was with them.
Muhammad on the coverage.
And the pass, I think, was just overthrown. No pass interference there. That was just good defensive play.
Yeah, it was just a little too long on the pass. And now all of a sudden, Bo Bush, 5 of, that should be now 14, 32 yards and about a 35% completion percentage. The Lancer defense is giving him fits right now.
All right, Yeltima to punt it away from his own 25-yard line. That rugby-style kick, another good one. Fair catch, call for Pierce at the 23. That's where the Lancers take over, 1st and 10. 5:43 left, 2nd quarter. Lancers 7, Red Raiders nothing. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here today. First home game.
Stats just updated. I did forget the completed pass on that last drive to Casey there, and a great catch. It is actually 6 of 15 is Bo Bush's stats. 6 of 15, 36 yards, 40% completion percentage.
Meanwhile, Reichen is 8 of 11 for 99 yards and a touchdown. He's got another opportunity here. Puts a man in motion. And it's going to be a handoff. That's Zone Robinson, that's Drushan Phillips on a little jet sweep, and it went nowhere. Phillips, a junior out of Pasadena, California.
As we get to the late stages of the first half, we get to one of my favorite parts of the game in clock management in the game of football. The Lancers, by the way, will be receiving the second half kickoff with just over 5 minutes to go. Keep that in mind with both teams in their late half strategy.
2nd down and 10 coming up. Out of the shotgun, now it'll be the empty backfield. They're going to go for the screen. No, a little give and go over the middle. Brinsley tipped, almost caught it on the rebound, but incomplete at the 43. Penalty flag down.
Yeah, they're going to throw a flag on the hit to Brinsley there. Should have been caught, but the Lancers are going to get yardage out of it either way. Take a look at the replay. He got walloped.
See here, a shot to the head. Yes.
Wow. Oof.
Yes, that was a tough collision.
Yeah, flags flew in instantly.
You can make contact, can't be directly to the head.
Oof.
And Brinsley's very, very lucky that wasn't a serious injury. That replay brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. Now the referees are conferring.
Yeah, I think they're talking about this one. There are 2 flags on the ground, both near where that would have been. They're taking a look at it, I think.
Well,
I think the problem is he had initially tipped it into the air. He didn't catch it initially, was going for the ball on second effort. So they're looking at whether he was fair game, but I think he got him in the head either way, judging by our replay there.
Yeah, and our replay brought to you by Farmers Union Insurance. For all your home, farm, commercial, auto, health, and life insurance needs, rely on Farmers Union Insurance. You can visit Brendan Hansen, Suite 101B, Morgan Square in Yankton. Go to FUMIC.com.
Personal foul is the call, I believe.
Connor Sigheisen, our referee. Targeting.
Yep. So let's take a look at that play again. You can see just right to the head on Brinsley.
And
bam. Wow.
Yep. And that is an automatic ejection.
Ooh.
Wow. And targeting, they take that very seriously. And let's see here, I'm trying to catch which player that was for Northwestern. Coach McCarty wants an explanation.
Yeah, he's getting it right here, but we can see it again, and it is, that's number 0 right there on the defense. And Kyler Fritz, that is the starting free safety for Northwestern Red Raiders, a guy they will certainly miss through the rest of this game.
Yeah, he's one of those leaders out there on that defense, Kyler Fritz. Yes, we have a break in the action with 5 minutes exactly left to go until halftime. Mount Marty 7, Northwestern nothing, and after a pass incompletion, targeting was called, and Coach Matt McCarty trying to plead his case. Now remember, on targeting, that is an automatic ejection.
Yep.
And Coach McCarty wants the explanation from the official. Remember, that pass was tipped.
Yeah, it was tipped.
So the wide receiver is open to be hit, but you can't hit him in the head.
Nah, I can't
target him.
Can't take him in the head. Update on Brinsley, who is the guy who took that hit for the Lancers. He is in the Lancer huddle as they're waiting to get out there. I could see him kind of shaking his head a little bit, trying to shake off that last hit, but he is going to be out there when the Lancers get things rolling again.
Yeah, the ball's put down right near the 45-yard line of the Lancers. That's where they will have it, 1st and 10. And this is a big penalty here if it holds. Oh, it looks like we got a challenge going on. Now, can that be challenged? I'm not sure, to be honest.
Well, they're going to take a look at it and see, but
Connor Sigheisen, again, is our...
Correction on the field. The foul is on number 0 of Northwestern.
Oh, I think they were.
No replay available at the current
No replay.
So the replay for targeting will be conducted at halftime.
Replay will be conducted at halftime.
Targeting Northwestern number 0. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Gotcha. So what had happened there is...
disqualified from the game.
All right, so they're going to look at it again. At the moment, he is disqualified, but it will be reviewed by the officials at halftime when they have more time to look at it. And that call could be reversed.
And from the sound of it, they had thought it was the wrong player. We had saw on our replay that it was number 0.
I think they said Fritz. 26.
Yeah, they had the wrong guy, so they wanted to make sure they got the right guy. It was Kyler Fritz, the starting free safety. And as you said, he is out of the game for the moment, but they will be taking a closer look at it at halftime.
So the ball was placed at the 45, and now the ball will be put back to the 38-yard line. Well, that's where we'll have it now, 1st down and 10. So the officials trying to sort things out here at Crane Youngworth Field. 5 minutes left to go until halftime. Lancers 7, Red Raiders nothing. He's Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and we are waiting to have things start up again, and now we will. It'll be the pistol formation with Hirsch behind Reichen, and it'll be a rollout to the right side. Reichen wants to throw, looking, throws it downfield, and it throws it away incomplete.
Yeah, just threw that one away. Nobody open. Good coverage from Northwestern there.
Mount Marty football brought to you today in part by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. 2nd down and 10 coming up for Mount Marty. They're at their own 38-yard line. A little bit of a wind here today. You can hear it in our crowd mic from time to time. They'll send 2 men out to the left. Quick pitch. Hirsch to the left side. Across the 40. Gets to the 43. About a gain of 5. Depends on where he... They'll give him the 43. It'll bring up 3rd down and about 5.
So after a long break there, the Lancers are instantly in 3rd down, and Northwestern can get off the field here in one more play. And their offense could have plenty of time, as there's 4.5 minutes left here, but they got to get it off the field on 3rd down.
Yeah, Mount Marty +4 in the time of possession here in the first half. That Northwestern defense has been on the field a long time in these hot conditions. Shotgun set. Reichen rolls out to his right. Quick throw. Caught. Waholes across midfield at the 48-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Lancers.
Yeah, just a good route from Waholtz. Able to find some space and hold on to the ball as he got hit right after touching it.
That's big for the Lancers because we're under 4 minutes to go until halftime, and they're in Red Raider territory, officially down at the 49. It'll be 1st and 10, Mount Marty, and they're taking their time now. They were operating in a hurry earlier, but now they're being a little more methodical. They'll send 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Hirsch stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Straight drop back. Here comes the pressure. Reichen pitches it out. Incomplete. Incomplete pass at midfield as Hirsch couldn't hang on to that as Reichen got in trouble and just pitched it away.
Oh, yeah, Reichen was lucky to get out of that one. He had a defender coming off the left tackle, beat the left tackle in Taylor there, and was coming in on his blind side. It was good awareness from the quarterback just to sense the pressure and get rid of it because he was going to take a big hit.
It is 2nd down and 10. Clock stops, 3:23 left here in quarter number 2. Mount Marty 7, Northwestern nothing. 2 men now in the backfield. And Carbajal will now split out as a receiver on the left side. Roll out, left. Reichen throws wide open at the 30-yard line is Carbajal. He'll be brought down at the 23, 1st down Lancers. There was no one within about 8 yards of him.
And that was a great play. Reichen rolling to his left, sets his feet, throws across the middle of the field and finds an open man. About 5 extra yards after the catch. That was a great play.
And the Lancers just outside the red zone. They'll put the ball down actually at the 24. 1st and 10, pistol formation. Hart's behind his quarterback. Now they'll overload on the right side. 1 man out to each side. Hart's runs to his right, skips. Oh, he tripped over his offensive lineman's leg. Got 2 yards, and that's all.
Yeah, it looks like he might have just caught a heel of somebody and went down. 2-yard gain. Lancers have been down here in this side of the field once before, early in the 2nd quarter. They got it in on a post route to their star wide receiver and Rodney Broadnax.
Coming up on the 2-minute timeout, Lancers, I think, will get 1 more play off. We'll have receivers either side. Now they'll, again, overload on the right side with the 2 tight ends, actually a tight end and an H-back. Movement on the line. Free play to the end zone. In coverage, tapped away, incomplete at the goal line, intended for Broadnax. But the clock stops with 2:03 left. Somebody moved.
Yeah.
We'll see if it was a Red Raider or a Lancer along that front wall.
We can take a look at it here, but if I'm the Lancers, I probably wouldn't have even snapped it there. We took it to the 2-minute timeout and take some more time off the clock. But
offsides defense.
Yeah, you can see clearly on the replay there, offsides on the defense. They jump first, and free play for the Lancers. Reichen recognized it, just chucks it to the end zone.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
That's what you do. So, move forward 5 yards, go to 2nd down again.
Let's see if they'll start up the clock here once the ball is set. They will. Or they'll start up the play clock. Clock stops at 2:03, so this will be the last play before the 2-minute timeout. Receivers either side, they'll go to the run, and Hart's up the middle, across the 15, gets down near the 13-yard line, and that will not be enough for, or that will be enough for a 1st down. It'll be 1st and 10 Lancers when we come back. It's a timeout with 1:57 left to go. 2nd quarter, Lancers up 7-0 back in 60 seconds on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site, fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
1:57 left to go until intermission. Lancers up 7-0. Second quarter along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here. It's 1st and 10. So the end zone, a pass over the head of Hirsch on that wheel route out of the backfield, incomplete.
Reichen took a shot at the tail end of that play too, right after he got rid of it. Pile of humanity knocking the quarterback to the ground there. 3 white jerseys were all around him.
Yeah, Levi Egley, the senior defensive end, had 2 sacks in the previous game against Waldorf. He was in on the action there. Brings up 2nd and 10. Ball at the 14-yard line of the Red Raiders. Reichen has Hartz to his left in the backfield. Puts Wahols in motion from left to right. Now he'll come back. Handoff, Hartz up the middle, follows his blockers, short gain, only 2 yards down to the 12. So now a big 3rd down here. You're in field goal range if you're Mount Marty, but you don't need to get to the end zone. You get to the 4-yard line, you got a new set of downs.
One good thing you can say about this Lancer drive, whether they convert this 1st down or not, they have taken a lot of time off the clock. They got this ball with just over 5 minutes left in the half. They will receive the second half kickoff, and the clock is under 1:20 right now. They have really taken some time off the clock. Northwestern, if they're able to get the ball back this half, not going to have a lot of time.
And they're going to wind the play clock down. Timeout called by the Lancers with 1:07 left. We'll step away for a moment as well. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
We've got 1:07 left until halftime. Mount Marty 7, Northwestern nothing here at Crane Youngworth Field. Lancers just spent their first time out. They wound the play clock down as far as they could. Then John Micheletti called the timeout. Both teams, 2 timeouts left here in the first half. Lancers face 3rd down and about 9 yards to go. Ball's at the 13, or in between the 12 and the 13. They got to get down to the 4-yard line for a 1st down. Pistol formation. Carbajal moves over to the right side. 1 man out to the left. Blitz coming. Roll out to the right. Throw to the end zone. Over the head of Wahols. Incomplete in the right corner. And now the field goal unit comes on for the Lancers.
Yeah, let's go ahead and credit the pass rush of the Northwestern Red Raiders here as they get right in the backfield. They send the blitz. Reichen rolls to his right, a little uncomfortable. Had to hurry up the throw. Just a little too far.
Right in the middle of the field. That's where the ball will be spotted. This will be a 29-yard attempt for Vance. He's hit a 36-yarder already this year. McDermott is the holder. Snap, on target, kick, on the way, has the distance, good! 57 seconds left. Lancers 10, Northwestern nothing. Back with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook. And watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
That last scoring drive for the Lancers, 12 plays, 65 yards, 4:46 time of possession. A 29-yard field goal by Camden Vance puts the Lancers up 10-0 with 57 seconds left to go until intermission. Sometimes time of possession is an overrated stat. Not today. The Lancers nearly doubling up the Red Raiders on time of possession, Tehl.
Yeah, they've played really, really well today. When you take a look at some of these numbers, you know, they have had 12 first downs compared to Northwestern's 3. They are dominating.
Squib kick down the middle, high bounce into no man's land, and it's going to be collected by Gardner at the 30-yard line, runs to his right, and is pushed out of bounds. And, oh, man, there's a scrum with Lilly getting tangled up with one of the Red Raiders. I think that was Isaac Wenthy.
One of the Red Raiders went straight for the kicker, and Lilly put him on the ground and then just jumped on top of him there to keep him there, I guess. But the tackle is made back near the 40-yard line. Still another good return, though, for this Red Raider program. When I say the Lancers have been really dominant, they've been dominant in 2 phases. Special teams really has belonged to the Red Raiders, though. They've had great returns all day.
Looks like we got Duncan. No, it's going to be Bush in at quarterback. He'll throw to the sideline, and it is going to be intercepted at the 35-yard line. Oliver! A great interception, tiptoed on the sideline, scouting the intended receiver. Bush throws his first interception of the year as that pass kind of hung up in the air.
Let's take a look at it, and that was a beautiful job by the secondary of the Lancers. You can see him come in, wait, get up, get down.
Yes. Great timing on the jump by Arthur Oliver, the junior out of Louisiana. And now, what a golden opportunity here for the Lancers. 45 seconds left. They have 2 timeouts to work with, and they're at their own 36-yard line. Now, do you play it safe? You take a shot.
I'd say you try and get something here, but you cannot turn it over.
Pass downfield, lobbed up. Wahols catches it out of bounds at the 35 of the Red Raiders. An acrobatic catch.
How did he get a hold of that? Waholtz down the sideline, 2 men around him, took a hit while he was still coming down with it. Man, what a catch.
At the 36-yard line of the Red Raiders, first down and 10. Let's check it out on the replay here. Check this catch out for those watching online on our streaming, KYN TV. A great catch. Reichen out of the shotgun once more. He'll throw short, caught by Broadnax at the 33-yard line, and a quick timeout has been called by the Lancers with just 22 seconds left to go here in the first half. We'll keep it here during this timeout, brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Remember, they got the best pizza. They got legendary chicken. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. So you had the great acrobatic interception, and now the great acrobatic catch a few moments ago by Jackson Waholtz.
Oh, yeah. Let's take another look at that catch from Waholtz. Gives the Lancers all the way down to the 33-yard line in opposing territory on this next play. Well, after one more play, there was a short catch there, but it'll be second down for him with 24 seconds on the clock is all on the stadium game clock here. 10-0, Lancers have a double-digit lead right now over the number 7 team in the nation, and they're looking for more before halftime. And once again, remember, the Lancers receive the second half kickoff. That interception was disastrous, and it really could hurt the Red Raiders here. Their defense has to hold at the end of the half. They cannot allow more points.
We mentioned time of possession. After that last scoring drive by the Lancers, time of possession 18:57 for Mount Marty, 10:18 for the Red Raiders. That's nearly 2-1. That defense for the Red Raiders has been on the field a long time here in this first half. Shotgun set. Reichen drops back. Pressure coming. Steps up. Throws over the middle. And it's going to be picked off at the 5-yard line by Yeltema. That was a good defensive play as Zone Robinson was the intended receiver. So the Lancers give it back. Third interception of the year for Reichen, but there's only 16 seconds left.
Yeah, take a look at it. A bad decision from the redshirt sophomore quarterback. He had a lot of green grass in front of him. You could see here he could scramble and get quite a few yards, and Lancers still had timeout left. Tries to throw into pretty good coverage and interception instead. Certainly wants that one back. We'll see what Northwestern wants to do here. Lancers only one timeout. They could just kneel it once or twice and take it to halftime.
Yeah, the ball's at the 8-yard line with 16 seconds left. It looks like, it's going to be the safety formation. Yeah. It appears Bush is going to operate under center, and the running back way back, almost looks like a punt formation, but this is just a safety formation as Bush goes to a knee. Nobody's going to call timeout. And we have reached halftime. And what a half by the Mount Marty Lancers, taking on the number 7 team in the country in the Northwestern Red Raiders. It's Lancers 10, Northwestern nothing here at the break. That'll take us to our halftime show, and that's being brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. All beginning on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Halftime, Lancers 10, Red Raiders nothing. Back in a couple of minutes right here on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
We are back at Crane Youngworth Field in Yankton. Halftime of our football game today has Mount Marty in front of Northwestern 10-0. Along with Tehl Tanner, I am Steve Thum. This is the halftime report brought to you by Parker Hannafin. And we're going to begin things with the Runza Rundown. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food so fast you can get going right away with Runza's burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, and desserts. Thank you to Runza for their support of Mount Marty Athletics. Tehl, we didn't have any scoring at all in the first quarter, and the Lancer defense today has been just stellar.
Yes, it has. I tell you what, Steve, that Lancer defense has been incredible, and it really shows up in passing yards in the first half for Northwestern. 36
Wow.
passing yards at halftime for the number 7 team in the nation. They are holding a D1 transfer from the University of South Dakota in Bo Bush, who's a very good quarterback, to 6 of 16 with an interception, a 37.5% completion percentage, and 36 yards. But it's not even all on him. They're struggling to run the ball here. When it comes to their starting running back in Solomon T, he only has 14 yards on 7 carries so far in this game. 1 carry for Duncan for 5, 1 for Bush for 2 as well. They are struggling offensively. Only 3 first downs for the Red Raiders in the first half compared to the Lancers' 13.
Yeah, and let's check out more of those game stats. Those are being brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake. They're on Highway 52. Tell us some more, please.
Yeah, a little bit more here. The Lancers, they have 59 yards on the ground running the football, 26 yards from Kyle Hirsch, 17 from Malachi Hartz, and then another 16 from the quarterback in Rugby Riken. Through the air, Jackson Waholtz have a day. 5 receptions, 83 yards at halftime for the Mount Marty Lancers. Carbajal, 28 yards on 2 catches. Brinsley has 2 for 26. And Rodney Broadnax, 2 catches, 25 yards, but the lone touchdown of the first half. Let's take a look at it here, Steve.
Yeah, this happened early in the second quarter. And there's Riken stepping up into the pocket.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That was the interception at the end of the half, which was a great interception by Northwestern, by the way. Let's see if I can load up this.
I tell you what, that touchdown pass happened with 9:54 left in the second quarter of play. It was a 22-yard completion, finished off a 7-play drive that took up 339 and traveled 83 yards in distance on the scoring drive for the Mount Marty Lancers. That was the first score of the game. And then right before halftime with 57 seconds left, it was Camden Vance collecting a 29-yard field goal. That capped off a 12-play, 65-yard drive, 4:46 time of possession. When we talk about time of possession, a misleading stat. Not today. Mount Marty, 19 minutes, 26 seconds, 10 minutes, 34 seconds, for Northwestern. Mount Marty, 13 first downs compared to 3 for the Red Raiders. And there's been a couple of interceptions, 1 for each team. Penalties have had a little bit of factor. Of course, we had that targeting, which is being reviewed here at halftime by the officials, that disqualified Kyler Fritz, the starting safety for the Red Raiders. That extended a drive, which I believe led to that field goal by Mount Marty to give them this 10-0 lead here at halftime. Some more stats that stand out to me as far as team stats go. Penalties, 2 on both teams. Third down efficiency, 2 of 7 for Northwestern, 4 of 9 for Mount Marty. And we talked about the defense holding Northwestern to 3 first downs and a half. This, Tehl, you've been here every game. I've only missed a couple, but I think the Lancer defense this half, that's maybe the best they've ever played.
Yeah, and it's only 5 years. This is year 5 of existence for this Mount Marty football program, and they have gotten better and better and better every year. And as you said, that was probably the best defensive performance of the young history of the Mount Marty Lancers, holding the number 7 team in the nation to 3 first downs and no points at halftime. That is incredible.
Hey, while we got your attention here, let's turn to the Gerstner Oil scoreboard, get you some scores from across college football. And remember, no matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. From the Great Plains Athletic Conference, Briarcliff over Hastings at halftime, 13-7. It's Midland at the end of the third quarter ahead of Waldorf, 29-0, as Midland racking it up there on the Warriors. See what else we have. I think that's the only games we've got going. Clark, a former opponent, they're ahead of Mid-American Nazarene over in that conference, in the Heart of America Conference, 20-10. And that's the scores that we have here on the scoreboard as far as the Great Plains Athletic Conference goes. In major college football, getting late, Clemson, Georgia Tech tied up at 21 apiece with 2 minutes to go. Oklahoma, number 13 in the land, taking it to Temple, 42-3. Auburn beating South Alabama, 15-31. Auburn, number 24 in the country. Louisville beating the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana, 45-10. And let's see, we got some final scores from earlier today. Oregon, no problem, number 4 team in the land, beating Northwestern, 34-14. Alabama beat Wisconsin, 38-14. Top 25 football, number 23 Michigan clobbered Central Michigan by a score of 63-3. And in case you missed it last night, Indiana beat Indiana State 73-0. Ouch. Wow. Yeah, so that's what scores we have from top 25 college football at the moment. Let's see if we can get an update from the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Checking scores there. Near halftime, Coyotes of USD ahead of Northern Colorado, 10-6. No score just underway. Montana hosting North Dakota. And it's Illinois State out early in front of Eastern Illinois, 7-0. Those are the only games going in the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Checking scores from the Big Ten quickly. Nebraska is clobbering Houston Christian 59-7, and Maryland taking it to Townsend by a score 44-7. Both those games in the fourth quarter of play. Not much competitive football being played on those respective fields. And the Big 12 had Baylor beating Samford 42-7 earlier today. All the games in the Big 12 that are happening today are happening later on today, including Iowa State at Arkansas State. That's coming up a little bit later on today. So that's what we've got on the college football scoreboard. This is the Parker Hannafin halftime show. 10-0.
While you were working on that there, Steve, I think I finally figured out how our replay works. This replay that we've been showing in this first half, by the way, brand new technology for those of you tuning in for the first time or have been here for years. We've never had this on our broadcast, and we're debuting it here tonight for Mount Marty University, or this afternoon, I should say, as it's 2:18 p.m. But I think I've got the touchdown, the lone touchdown of the first half. This was Rugby Riken to...
Yeah, Rugby Riken to Rodney Broadnax.
And yes, there it is here at halftime. Wow.
Yep, if you're watching online on the video stream, a perfect pass. That's the only touchdown in the game. Happened with 9:54 left here in the second quarter, and that was a 22-yard completion, our only touchdown for either squad. 10-0 here at the break. We're going to take a timeout. Who are we talking to with our halftime interview today for Mount Marty?
Yeah, Dr. Alan Ferris, professor of psychology, sat down with our own Jeff Erickson. Been here at Mount Marty since the 90s. We got to know him a little better.
Oh, the 90s weren't that long ago. Really, they weren't. I guess
Sorry,
time is
Steve.
all a matter of perspective. We'll take a break and come back with that interview. More coming right up here on KYNT.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Did you know Sherco offers more than just egg tarps? Sherco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sherco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family, whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one. Everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround them up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here on the halftime show from Parker Hannafin as we turn now to our halftime interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. Welcome in on our MMU Wednesday from earlier this week. Our own Jeff Erickson sat down with Dr. Alan Ferris of Mount Marty University, a professor of psychology. Let's get to know Dr. Alan Ferris of Mount Marty University.
How long have you been around at Mount Marty, sir?
I've been at Mount Marty since 1992, which is 33 years.
You know your way around.
Yes, we do.
And how big is the psychology department at Mount Marty? How many students in?
At Mount Marty, we have currently about 15 psychology majors, somewhere between freshman and senior status.
So that's a first name basis, get to know you real well with
First name
everybody.
basis, see the same kids in class regularly throughout the week. So yeah, first name basis. We know their family, we know who they are, and so we build strong relationships with our students.
Well, before we get too much into psychology, I want to find out a little bit about you and your family and your history. You told me a Columbus, Nebraska young man?
Yes, I was born and raised in Columbus, Nebraska. Then I went to undergraduate school at the time was Kearney State, which is now University of Nebraska at Kearney. Then I got my PhD at Kansas State.
And what led you up to Mount Marty University?
Well, I was married for 2 years, and my wife says we both like our families. So she looked at the map and says, here's Lincoln and Columbus, drew a circle around and says, we have to find a school in this area. And Mount Marty was available at the time. So that was sort of the option.
It must have worked out 30 plus
It's worked
years.
out wonderfully. I've enjoyed my time at Mount Marty. My wife has had several jobs, but she also now, she is a home ec major in college, and she does the costumes for all of Mount Marty's theater productions.
Really?
Yes, so we were both highly involved in the Gregorian Association and the life of Mount Marty.
Very important part of theater, the costumes, the wardrobe. Very important.
Absolutely.
And 2 daughters?
2 daughters. My daughter Lindsay lives at home, and she thrifts clothes and sells them on Depop. So you might see her at the Goodwill store here or in Sioux City or around the region. My other daughter, Natalie, lives up in Eden Prairie, Minnesota with her husband, and she helps bring gifts into the country for Christmas. She works for a company that puts together the gift boxes you see at Walmart.
All right. Thanks for telling us about your family and your history, and let's get right into psychology. What is the difference between a psychologist and a psychiatrist?
A psychologist has a PhD in psychology, and they are trained to treat major mental illnesses through usually talking therapies and things like that, whereas a psychiatrist has an MD degree also. So they first go to medical school, then get additional training so they can prescribe medications. So they can give you drugs for depression or anxiety or schizophrenia. They usually work together because a psychologist will say, this is the situation. These are the drugs that probably would work, but the actual prescription must be written by a physician.
Of the 15 people in the psychology department at Mount Marty, what most likely will they go on to do? I mean, they'll be a psychologist, but
yeah,
you're a professor. What are the things that they can do with that degree?
With a bachelor's degree, they can look at graduate school is the most common thing. Some work for a year or two, and others go right into graduate school. Social work is probably our most common thing that they want to go into, and helping social services situations where they intervene in families, with children, with adults. Some do go to graduate school for counseling.
Why is psychology important in today's world?
And
is it as important as ever?
It is probably more important than ever because mental health is, an issue ever since probably the pandemic of about 5 years ago. People talk about stress, anxiety. Social media has increased our awareness about ourselves in comparison to other people, which tends to make people less happy. And so mental health is probably more important today than ever before. And so psychologist tries to deal with how do we help make people mentally healthier.
What kind of a person generally goes into psychology for a profession?
I always used to say that I have a sign on my forehead that says, talk to me, because we're easy to talk to, we're good listeners, we don't interrupt, and then we help you explore your feelings. And so you can sort of better understand why you feel the way you do, move on to better, more productive feelings.
More pay, more benefits, more opportunities. Parker of Yankton is hiring second shift assemblers and a variety of other positions. With competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential. Enjoy great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and a team that helps you succeed. Whether you're starting fresh or looking to advance, this is your chance to earn more while building a career you can count on. Don't wait. Apply today and make your next move your best move.
Parker, engineering your success.
Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Under partly cloudy skies, temperature 86 degrees here at Crane Youngworth Field, halftime between Mount Marty and Northwestern. It's the Lancers on top of the Red Raiders 10-0 as we wrap up our Parker Hannafin halftime show. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, and what a first half for the Lancers. They have a 10-0 lead on the number 7 team in the country.
That has been really special to watch this Lancer defense out there to start off this ball game. As you said, hosting a top 10 team in this nation, a team that has appeared in 3 of the last 5 national championship games. And the Lancers, it's their home opener, and they are playing maybe the best football we've seen in their short 5 years of existence.
Yep, and they are going to get the kickoff to start the second half of play. And the second half of football is going to be brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Time of possession has just been maybe, one of those rare occasions where it is a telling stat, as they've nearly doubled up the Red Raiders. First downs, another stat. They just updated the stats. 13-3 advantage first downs for Mount Marty over the Red Raiders. We haven't had a whole lot of penalties, Tehl, in that first half, but one of the most important penalties happened on a targeting call. Now, the officials are meeting with Coach Matt McCarty of the Red Raiders. Let's take a look at that play again. This happened in the second quarter, and here's the tip pass, boom, right to the head of James Brinsley. That was Kyler Fritz going in to make the hit. He was called targeting. They're going to review it at halftime to see if it will stand.
Yeah, and
if it does,
they're talking to McCarthy right now.
Yeah, if that stands, then Kyler Fritz, the starting safety and one of the key players on this Red Raider defense, he will be disqualified for the entire contest.
So it looks like McCarty's getting the word right now. Hopefully they announce it as well, so we'll be able to give you confirmation.
Yeah,
but it was their starting free safety in Kyler Fritz who had that hit.
As the teams will line up here momentarily for the kickoff, and Rugby Riken will get another shot. He threw an interception late in that first half of play that squelched a chance for the Lancers to get even more points on the board, but they have to be happy with this 10-0 lead and an opportunity to add to it.
Northwestern number 0, disqualification will remain.
All right, so it stands. The targeting call stands.
Take a look at it.
So Kyler Fritz, this is the targeting call. Boom, right there. And that was on a drive. That extended a drive, which I believe led to the field goal.
It did.
So that's been the key penalty. So the Red Raiders will be down a key defender in Kyler Fritz. Hayden Gross, the sophomore out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, is the man behind him on the depth chart, and he will be pressed into action along with probably several other reserve defenders for the Red Raiders as we get set to kick things off period number 3. And it is Giovanni Kabongo to kick it off. He races towards the football, puts it in the air, and we're underway. This one's going into the end zone touchback.
Out the back of the end zone, and the Lancers trot out to start things off on offense. Give you some of their numbers from the first half again. They had 59 yards on the ground, 162 yards through the air. Rugby Riken, 12 of 20 throwing the ball, 1 touchdown, 1 end-of-half interception there with about 16 seconds left to go in the half. 13 first downs for the Lancers. They really were able to move the ball well. Northwestern's defense bent but didn't break most of the time except for that 1 touchdown to Broadnax.
All right, so it's Malachi Hart starting at running back. He'll line up in the pistol formation behind his quarterback. They'll overload the right side with a tight end and an H-back. Now they'll bring Wahols in motion. Hart's to the right side, follows a blocker, puts his shoulder down, hard running, gets him to the 30-yard line. Call it a gain of 5 on first down, and somebody comes up hurt. And that player's going to, maybe just cramp.
Lancer player went to the ground here and is motioning at his leg. A little slow getting out there, but a trainer comes out to look at him.
I think that's James Brinsley.
It is.
So the clock stops with 14:50 left to go. Here just underway. And in the hot conditions, you expect to have some leg cramps. It's 86 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Sunshine splashing the field today here at Crane Youngworth.
So Brinsley did just get up and walk off, and he's walking over to sit on the table and get checked out by a trainer. But as you said, it's hot. We haven't seen a whole lot of cramps today.
Jaden Cruz, the junior out of Seguin, Texas, will replace him in the lineup. 2nd down and 5. Hartz takes the handoff, runs to his right, has a hole, close quickly, gain of 3. He is tripped up, and we have a Red Raider slow to get up. One of the defensive backs that came in and made the play, that was Camden Cruz, but he'll stay in. Got up rather slowly. 3rd down and 2. Just underway, 3rd quarter. Lancers 10, Red Raiders nothing. Lancers with the football. 3rd and 2 at their own 33-yard line. Pistol formation. Hirsch in at running back. Now they'll change things up with 7 on the play clock. They'll put a man in motion, Robinson. They barely get it off. Handoff, Hirsch up the middle, hit in the backfield, drop for a loss. That play took a long time to develop, and the Red Raiders make a big stand.
Yeah, they did. You can see it right away on our Farmers Union Insurance replay. They got a great push right in that center of the line. Running back just had nowhere to go.
Yeah, when you wind the play clock down that far, the defense knows it's snapping. That kind of gives the defender an extra step to get to the point of attack, because they know you got to snap the ball.
Yeah.
Vance to punt it away. Bosma stands at his own 35. Snap on target. Kick away. Pretty decent when it wobbles. And now Bosma from his own 43 is going to be tackled and hit no gain.
Yeah, he tried to run lateral to the left side, and Lancer's able to swarm him there.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Runza. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza will get you your food so fast you can get going with Runza's burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chicken, and desserts. It's Runza in Yankton. 1st down and 10, Red Raiders. They're at their own 43-yard line. They've had good field position. They've probably won the field position battle throughout the day as far as where their drives have started. They just haven't had any sustained drives. Empty backfield, 5 receivers in the pattern. 1st and 10. And we have Colby Duncan in at quarterback. He's a running quarterback. Bubble screen, incomplete. They try to screen out to the right side, and that one was thrown a little bit ahead. So it's Colby Duncan, the sophomore out of Papillion, Nebraska. He was 1 of 4 last week passing, 75 yards, but he's more of that running quarterback, 4 carries, 12 yards. He did have a carrier. That was what he did against Waldorf. He did have a carry earlier in the game. He'll direct traffic now on 2nd down and 10. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right, tight end on the right side. Shotgun set, Gardner in at running back. He'll want to throw, quick pass out to the tight end. It is caught right at midfield, and that's Carson Ness actually who catches that, not the tight end, but the receiver from Yankton, the freshman, Carson Ness, his first catch.
Let's take a moment, talk about Colby Duncan. You talk about the running quarterback. That's how they used him in their season opener against Waldorf. Last season, he did play in 8 games, went 58 of 101, had a 57% completion percentage, 827 yards, 6 touchdowns to 3 interceptions in his freshman year, now a sophomore.
Empty backfield with 3 receivers out to the left. Quarterback draw, and Duncan will have the 1st down as he gets to the 46-yard line, just enough to move the chains for Northwestern. Throws the quarterback run, a designed run all the way, and it's a big 1st down for the Red Raiders. 11:50 and counting, 3rd quarter. Lancers 10, Red Raiders nothing. The Red Raiders have the ball 1st and 10 at the Lancer 46. Duncan will have Gardner standing to his left in the shotgun set. 1 man out to the right, 2 out to the left. Now it's the pistol set. Play action. Roll out. The right-handed quarterback throws downfield and into traffic. Incomplete at the 26. Conley broke it up.
Wow, that was a dangerous throw. You can see it here. Quarterback on the bootleg, rolling to his left, stops, throws downfield, and there is a man in front of the receiver in perfect position. That was Amir Conley. Probably should have had that interception. That was dangerous.
I believe Jacobs was the intended receiver, and now 2nd down and 10. 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Gardner stands to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Quick pass over the middle, caught. Nice pass completed. Not enough for a first down to Cohen Jacobs, the redshirt freshman out of Liberty, Missouri.
Look at this catch. Right in traffic. Wow.
Small window, quick pass, very well executed. Now Lane Mawson comes in as the extra tight end on 3rd down and about 2.5 yards to go. But they're going to have the empty backfield. Double tight end on the right side, 3 receivers to the left. Quarterback keeper, yes, to the right. Here comes the quarterback. That is Duncan, and he's got a first down. Move the chains as he just followed that overloaded side on the right side of that offensive line.
Yeah, exactly what he did. The right side of the line, you got Caleb Noeski, who is 6'3", 280, and Michael Block, who's 6'4", 285. Just ran right behind him, got the push they needed, and that's a first down. Now driving well in Lancer territory. This is already turning into their best drive of the day. They've had 2 first downs on this drive. Maybe that would be the 3rd, which ties their halftime total.
Yeah, they were really stymied in that first half by the Lancer defense. They're on the move now at the 34-yard line of the Lancers, 1st and 10. Going to try a quick pass, screen pass incomplete off the fingertips of Gardner Casey. Pressure was coming by the Lancers. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton. 2nd and 10. Under 10 minutes left to go. Just 9:55 left, 3rd quarter. Been a pretty quick-moving game so far. Lancers up 10-0. 1 man in the backfield. Casey. He'll stay in and block. Pass, caught, out by Ness across the 25. He'll get to the 23-yard line, move the chains. First down on the pass, Duncan to Ness.
Yeah, great move by Carson Ness. Able to get open, then a couple extra yards after the play. See him grab it there, turn up field inside the 25-yard line. Northwestern putting together a good drive now. They're trying to get on the board, make it a 1-score game. Lancers lead 10-0 at the moment.
9:25 and counting here in the 3rd quarter. 3 men split out to the right. Pistol set. Casey. Now here comes a man in motion from right to left. It'll be a handoff. Casey goes to the left side, tries to turn the corner. He'll dive ahead to the 20. Got him. Well, they say his knee is down at the 21 and a gain of 2. As something fell off one of the players here.
Shoe.
Oh, that's a shoe.
That's a shoe.
Somebody lost a shoe out there as one of the Lancers.
That looks like that was one of their...
Oh, Delonte Dickey, I think it was.
That was Delonte Dickey, the left end there, the junior out of Aurora, Colorado, who's had a pretty good season to this point.
Yep, he gets a lot of playing time at the defensive end position for Mount Marty. 2nd down and 8. 2 men out to the right, 1 man out to the left. Duncan wants the pass, pressured, runs up the middle, escapes 1 man, darts to the outside, still on the move, throws, caught, and it's going to be held on to by the wide receiver, Tyson Bima, juggled it, hauled it in at the 10.
Look at this pocket movement. He was able to just stay away from pressure. That's Kavion Rogers, number 27 for the Lancers, who had 2 different chances at the quarterback, just couldn't quite get him on the ground. Good completion.
Well, now the Red Raiders, their best drive of the day, have it 1st and goal at the 10-yard line. 7:50 and counting here in quarter number 3. Lancers went 3 and out. Red Raiders on the move, looking like a completely different team. 2 men in the backfield. That's Remerdy to the left. He'll block. Quarterback draw. No gain. Rogers makes the tackle of Duncan.
Yeah, Kavion Rogers chasing him down from behind. Crown over coming in front of him. They combine, put a hit on him, and it's 2nd and goal.
2nd and goal.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Second and goal from the Lancer 10-yard line for the Red Raiders. Lancers up 10-0 at the moment. Red Raiders on the march. They'll split 2 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Casey stays in the backfield to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun. Duncan throws middle, caught, touchdown. Carson Ness.
That pass is complete to Ness.
And the Red Raiders are on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's a great play. Just find him. A good, talented young wide receiver on that slant in the end zone. Good play. Let's take a look at it here. They just executed this to perfection.
Yeah, great timing pattern. Just pass was just right on the money. And now, here comes Gianna Bennett for the point after kick. And it is on the way, and it is good. Gianna Bennett, a young lady out there kicking field goals or point afters for Northwestern. It's 10-7, Mount Marty on top, 6:54 left to go, third quarter. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
12 plays, 57 yards, 6:06 time of possession. And here's the kickoff. It's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. The kickoff by Giovanni Cabongo. For Northwestern, it was Colby Duncan to Carson Ness from 10 yards out. Let's check it out on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. Good protection. There you see that little slant pattern to the middle. Nice pitch and catch.
Yeah, that was well done by Northwestern to make this a one-score game. Lancers had them up by 2 scores. Not anymore. 10-7. Mount Marty still leads, but they had a struggle of a first drive to open up this half. Northwestern has controlled the second half so far as we're 6:54 left in the third. Mount Marty just got hit in the mouth really for the first real time today against the number 7 team in the nation. Let's see how they respond.
All righty. We have Hirsch in the game at running back. Play action, throw on the run. Carbajal caught across the 30 to about the 33-yard line. They'll bring up second down and about 2. Ball was placed at the 25 after the touchback.
Yeah, good play and a good route just on that out pattern, about 10 yards deep.
Now they'll split out 3 men to the left. Lancers go hurry up here. Hirsch running to his right is going to push forward, no gain. Good job by the Red Raider defense to stretch that play out.
Third down already. Mount Marty needs to convert here. You can't go 2 straight short drives right after Northwestern got their first score.
Will Bunn made that tackle, the backup safety out of Story City, Iowa. He's in there. Kyler Fritz ejected in the second quarter for the Red Raider defense. Now a big third down and 2 coming up. Carbajal in motion out of the backfield. Pass, caught. Robinson, first down at the 37-yard line.
Yeah, that was a great little pitch and catch there. Riken drops back, 3-step drop, ready to throw, finds the man in the curl route.
We have an injured Lancer, an offensive lineman down back at the 25-yard line. Can't see who it is. He's lying flat on his back, so we can't read the number from our broadcast location that stops the clock. 5:43 left here in quarter number 3. Lancers 10, Red Raiders 7. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner, and some of the other trainers coming out here. And while we got a moment, I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing, whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer. We work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com.
Update on the injured player. It's David Grabo, the junior out of Sioux Falls Jefferson, the right tackle for the Lancers. He did get up, walk off the field under his own power, but certainly going to have to take a couple of plays here. We'll see how the Lancers shape up their offensive line. A lot of the times in the past, they've moved a guard out there to tackle and substitute a new guard. We'll see who it is, and it looks like it is Sal Becerra, who is the backup left tackle, who's going to go in and be the right tackle. Sal Becerra out of Fort Worth, Texas.
1st and 10 Lancers, 2 receivers out either side. Quick pitch. New running back into the game, and out to the 45-yard line is Jameer Pearson, the junior out of Towson, Maryland.
That was a good gain out for Pearson, showing some speed there. The quick pitch to the outside, and just was able to get downfield for 8.
Yeah, came into the game with 2 carries for 3 yards. Got 8 on that play. That play has worked pretty good, that quick pitch to the running back. 2 receivers out to the left. 1 now. That's Wahol's out to the right. Shotgun set. Again, Pearson running to his right, trying to turn the corner. He is knocked out of bounds. I don't think he got much on that one.
Yeah, he was right on it. See where they spot him. One official is signaling first down.
And are they going to
There
give
it
him 2?
is.
Yep, they give him
They're
2
gonna move
yards. We rarely see the chain gang anymore.
That was one of those where it was close.
Yep, but they're going to give it to him. I think maybe the last time we really saw the chain gang out in the field was at Dakota Wesleyan last year. In overtime.
We seen him this year?
I don't think we've seen him this year yet.
We've seen him this year. Not in college football.
1st and 10 Lancers from the 48-yard line. Pearson on the quick pitch. He'll get corralled right away, gained about 2 yards from the 47 to the 49.
I say that, by the way, just because I call a lot of high school football on Friday nights, and I have seen a lot of measurements in the local high school in the recent weeks.
And they really have shied away from it at college football, really on all levels.
I want to keep the game moving. I'm a fan of the index cards myself.
Here comes Kyle Hirsch into the game at running back. 3:40 and counting, 3rd quarter. Lancers 10, Red Raiders 7. Pistol formation. Reichen rolls out to his left, wants to throw. Throws short, caught, 1st down. Wahols across midfield to about the 41-yard line of the Red Raiders. Move the chains.
Another good 1st down for the Lancers here. Reichen in the backfield, takes the snap, rolling to his left, throws on the run, open man and a 1st down.
They'll line up in the pistol formation with 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Hirsch stands behind his quarterback. They'll move Cruz as a tight end over to the right side. Roll out to the right. Reichen looking. Now he'll stop. Throw over the middle, too high. Intended for Carbajal at the 20-yard line. He was open, but it's incomplete.
Yeah, just incomplete there. Reichen, as you said, rolling all the way to his right and then throwing back to the middle of the field. He did have a man for just a second, but too tall on the throw.
Well, Marty, football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. Lancers taking their time. Play being signaled in. 12 on the play clock. Reichen will now set them down. 3 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Pistol formation, bubble screen. Caught. Phillips tackled right away. No gain on the play. Coming in there quickly was Jordan Carter, junior out of Ferguson, Missouri.
Yeah, got in quick. Right in the backfield, tackle for loss, and now it's 3rd and long in opposing territory for the Lancers.
2:30 and counting here in quarter number 3. Big 3rd down. He actually lost a yard on that play. 3rd and 11 coming up for Mount Marty. 3 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Here comes Carbajal in motion from left to right. Now he'll reverse his field. Pressure coming. Reichen steps up, throws on the run. Caught on the sidelines by Zone Robinson at the 24-yard line. Move the chains. 1st down, Lancers.
And another great play by the young quarterback in Rugby Reichen. Rushes on, 4 men get in the backfield. He throws on the run, finds a man. Robinson with a good catch. Another 1st down for the Lancers.
And they keep the drive going with 1:45 left here in quarter number 3. Lancers up 10-7. Pearson in the game at running back to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. They'll quickly pitch it to him. Has a hole to the 20. Knocked out of bounds near the 18-yard line.
Jameer Pearson getting a little extra work today. As you said, he'd only had 2 carries in the first 2 games combined. I think that would be his 3rd here today, and he's playing pretty well so far. Actually, his 4th. That'll go for nearly 20 yards in the ball game for him.
He'll check out in favor of Kyle Hirsch. Ball put down at the 18-yard, actually at the 17-yard line. 2nd down and 4. Hirsch stands to the left or to the right of his quarterback in the shotgun set. 1 man to the right, 2 men to the left. Reichen, straight drop back, steps up, in trouble, looking to throw across the middle. Oh, dangerous pass, and I think it's picked off. No, incomplete. And that was a very fortunate thing that it's incomplete.
Sigh of relief for Lancer fans here. This was a rough decision by the young quarterback. On the run, throwing back across his body over the middle of the field, well off balance, good coverage. That should have been going the other way.
Sometimes on a play like that, the smart thing to do on a 2nd down play is throw it away and don't risk the interception. Throwing across your body, kind of going, that's a dangerous, dangerous play. But the Lancers dodged the bullet. 3rd down and about 3. Reichen wants to throw. Quick pass. Caught. 1st down. Waholes near the 10-yard line. 1st down Lancers and goal to go at the 8.
Another good route as well. Waholes just able to find some space on the right side. Got a defender off balance. 1st and goal, as you said. Lancers knocking on the door of going back up double digits.
23 seconds and counting. They'll get one more playoff here as the 3rd quarter is winding down. They're in the red zone with Hartz in at running back in the pistol formation. Hand it off to him. Tries the right side. Gets swallowed up right away. Gain of maybe a yard, and that's all. And we have a Northwestern player that lost his helmet.
Ooh.
That is one of their defensive linemen. I think it was Jackson Hildebrand. He'll check out of the game, but it won't really matter because we're coming to the end of the period. 3 quarters in the books. Lancers 10, Red Raiders 7. Back with the 4th quarter in 1 minute. You're listening to KYNT.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
We're about to start the 4th quarter of play here at Crane Youngworth Field. Lancers 10, Red Raiders 7. I'm Steve Thum, he's Tehl Tanner, and the Lancers are in the red zone. They'll have 2nd down and goal coming up in just a moment.
We just got handed the stats here, and we can take a quick look at them. 1st downs, Lancers 18, Northwestern 8. You remember Northwestern had only 3 at halftime, and they only had 36 yards passing. They had 47 in that 3rd quarter, and now 31 yards on the ground on the day.
Yeah, Colby Duncan really woke up that Red Raider offense, but they're on the sidelines. It's going to be a pass towards the end zone. Hirsch, the intended receiver, penalty flag down as Reichen got clobbered back at the 15 by Hildebrand.
Yeah, let's take a look at it on the Farmers Union Insurance replay. Reichen drop back to pass, gets the ball away, and then he's actually picked up and driven into the ground.
Now, normally in wrestling, which Jackson Hildebrand does compete in for Northwestern, that would be good. Roughing the passer is the call here. So that's going to be half this distance to the goal and an automatic first down.
Yeah, that's a bad penalty right there. Lancers in prime position inside the 5 now, first and goal after it. Once again, he picked him up and then kind of pile drived him into the ground.
Now, normally that's a takedown worth 2 points.
Yeah.
In wrestling. But in football, can't do that. Not to the quarterback, at least. All righty. First and goal from the 4. Handoff. Malachi Hart's up the middle. Spins in the line. He'll get to about the 2. So a 2-yard gain on the play. Just underway. Fourth quarter. 10-7. Lancers at point-blank range. And here comes Pearson into the game, as Hartz will check out. This is interesting.
Yeah, Pearson, as we said, only 2 carries through the first 2 games combined. Now seeing some extended action. Malachi Hartz and Kyle Hirsch, normally they're 1-2 whole game, but they must be getting a little beat up here. They need some depth, and Jameer Pearson is that depth.
All righty, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. It's going to be a quick pitch. Pearson cuts back. He gets to the goal line. He gets into the end zone. Touchdown on the second effort by Jameer Pearson.
That's what you want in your depth. Someone that can come in cold off the bench, be a spark plug, and make a play. Lancers get in the end zone on that quick pitch again. Take a look at it. Riken just quick pitch out to the right side, and it's all toughness from there.
Yep, second effort and a third effort perhaps by Pearson, but a great gutsy run on that quick pitch. That play has been working today for Mount Marty. Now they're up 16-7, and Camden Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. It is good. 14-12 left to go in the fourth quarter. Lancers 17. Northwestern 7. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
That last scoring drive for Mount Marty, 16 plays, 75 yards, 7:42 time of possession. Pearson on a 2-yard touchdown run, his first as a Lancer, first of the season, first of his career for the junior. And Mount Marty trying to knock off the number 7 team in the country. They're up 17-7. 14-12 left to go in the fourth quarter. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you here. John Lilly to kick it off. Gardner, Bosma, back deep for the Red Raiders. Low kick. It's going to bounce around the 20 and into the hands of Bosma. Tries running to his right. Has a hole in the open field. Gets through a man to the 35, to the 40, and Lilly with a big tackle at the 44. Who says kickers can't play football?
Oh my gosh, Lilly with a hit at the end of that, but let's credit the return as well. Across the 40, again, the Lancers having trouble on kick return coverage, but there's the hit. Bang, Lilly, the kicker, put someone over backwards.
And that may have saved a touchdown as well. 14:03 left, fourth quarter, 17-7, Lancers on top. And here comes Colby Duncan. He led him to a touchdown on the last drive when the Red Raiders had the football. He'll line him up first and 10. Wants to throw, quick pass, it's caught. And that's going to be Ness out on the left side, twisted around by Pierce, first down in Lancer territory at the 42. And boy, with Duncan out there, this team has looked a lot sharper. And we have an injured Lancer down near midfield, and that's Amir Conley. And we hope it's not too serious. Again, on a hot day, 86 degrees, sunny skies. It's a warm day, and yep, they're working on a leg cramp there. And while we got a moment, I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty Football is brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. It all begins on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Let's see if we can give you an update on the scoreboard brought to you by Gerstner Oil here. Let's see what's happening around the GPAC at the moment here.
GPAC scores Midland over Waldorf 46-0 as they start the fourth quarter here. Briar Cliff leading Hastings 20-16, starting the fourth as well.
And of course, Briar Cliff up next for Mount Marty. That'll be next Saturday. And that's an evening game. We'll talk about that later as we get back to action here with 13:40 and counting. Fourth quarter, Lancers up 17-7. But again, the Red Raiders on the march. Jet sweep. It's going to go to the right side as the wide receiver, and check that, that's Solomon T, takes that handoff across the 40 to the 36-yard line. That's a gain of about 6. Second down coming up for the Red Raiders.
Other games coming up tonight. Dorr at Doane at 6 p.m. And then Dakota Wesleyan, who is the next opponent for the Red Raiders, they are at Concordia tonight at 6, playing at Bulldog Stadium.
So I believe Morningside has the bye this week.
Yeah.
Second down and 4. Duncan throws, and it's incomplete at the 30-yard line. Tried a little slant pattern there to Cohen Jacobs at around the 30-yard line, incomplete.
Yeah, just a bit low on the delivery of the throw there. Now it's third down, as you said. I'd say if you're Northwestern here in the fourth quarter, though, down 10, this is certainly two-down territory.
Yeah.
Don't need to 100% get it here, but some yards would certainly be welcome.
Yeah, definitely 4-down territory here for Northwestern. 2 men out either side. T stays in the backfield. Jacobs in motion. Drop back. Throw. Right side. Almost intercepted at the 30. It bounced out of the hands of the receiver and into the hands of Mohammed, but he just couldn't quite react. Oh, my goodness gracious. That was almost an interception as they had Trevor Beach, the intended receiver, the sophomore out of Humboldt, Iowa. Wow, that was close.
Yes, it was. It bounced off their intended receiver's hands, then into the chest of the defender, then on the ground. Fourth down, they get another chance.
All right, 4th and 4, here we go. Red Raiders send 1 man out to the right, 2 men out to the left. Duncan at quarterback, drops back. Here comes the pressure. Rolls out. He's going to stumble. He runs. He's hit. He spins. He's got the first down. What an effort by Colby Duncan. He's down at the 27.
Yeah, that was a great play. Fourth down, gotta get it. He scrambles, pressure's on, nearly stumbled and came up short, but he's able to stay on his feet, spin out of 2 tackles, and a decent gain on a need to have down.
First down, Red Raiders. 12-20 and counting. A lot of time in this one left to go. 17-7. Lancers on top of the number 7 team in the country. Red Raiders trying to rally. Ness right side, 2 men out to the left. Duncan wants to throw, quick out, scouting, little curl pattern. He'll have a first down inside the 20 near the 16-yard line.
A decent recognition of the zone coverage for the Lancers. Throw that quick pattern there. Had a little bit of space and another first down.
Scouten's had a pretty big day receiving so far for the Red Raiders. He's been their number 1 target. Hasn't caught the most passes, but he's been targeted quite a bit.
That should be his 3rd catch of the day. First 2 came, I think, both in the first quarter. He's been quiet since then.
Empty backfield. They overload the right side. Quarterback draw. It's going to the left. And Duncan spins through traffic, and he's going to get near the goal line. He's down at the 1 as he was pinballing around inside the 5, and we have a Lancer down back at the 10-yard line. He's slow to get up.
Getting up slowly, that's Arthur Oliver. Their safety, they need to have him out there. That was Asmaran Muhammad. But either way, take a look at this play. Spinning off tacklers again. Big hit at the end there to keep him out of the end zone by Daniel Pierce, but it's still 1st and goal from the 1.
10:50 and counting. The Red Raiders knocking at the door. First and goal at the 1. They're at point-blank range. They have Garner Casey in at running back, pistol formation. And he'll get the handoff, and he will not get there. Stopped at the 1, no gain.
Yeah, Lancer's got a man in the backfield, quick, fast, and in a hurry off the right side of the offensive line. That was Arthur Oliver, the free safety. Just got a hold of the knees and took him down just shy of the goal line.
One of the Lancers limping off there a little bit. That's Corey Chavez. He's replaced by Delonte Dickey on that defensive line. Second and goal at the 1. Handoff up the middle, and that's going to be a touchdown, Red Raiders, for Garner Casey, his second rushing touchdown of the year. And with an extra point, the Red Raiders will be within 3 here at the 9:55 mark.
Yeah, looking at this play, it's exactly what you expect when you get first and goal at the 1. Just run it up the middle a couple of times, and they get it on the second try. Clearly in, and we're within 1 score once again. 4 points, the advantage right at the moment. Extra point incoming.
Yep. With Gianna Bennett, young lady, kicking for Northwestern. Hayden Gross is the holder, and her kick is solid, and it is good. 9:55 left, fourth quarter. Lancers 17, Red Raiders 14. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Aztec is looking for people who can crush it. Aztec is hiring now, seeking a variety of positions, including assemblers for the evening shift, CNC maintenance technician for day shift, and cycle counter, also day shift. Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or to see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
The last scoring drive for Northwestern. 9 plays, 56 yards, 4:08 time of possession. Gardner Casey on the 1-yard touchdown run. And it's 17-14 favor of Mount Marty. And I tell you what, this Red Raider team looks completely different with Colby Duncan at the helm.
Yes, it does. You know, that first half, bit rough there. Bush, certainly a performance he'll want to have back and get back to the film room, but Duncan's looked decent.
On the return, that's Carbajal who gets it out to the 28-yard line on a line drive kick by Giovanni Cabongo.
Give you Duncan's numbers here in the second half, and he's only been here second half. 7 of 12 throwing the football, 72 yards, 58% completion percentage, 1 touchdown. On the ground, he's ran it 6 times for 37 yards with long of 15.
Yeah, he's their leading ground gainer.
He is, all of a sudden, yes.
He's been the difference maker in this game.
Remember, you remember at halftime with Northwestern, their rushing yards really low. They only had 21 yards at halftime.
Ryken out of the shotgun, throws over the middle, caught. Hirsch tackled right away, 5-yard gain to the 30-yard line. Actually, they'll give him forward progress to the 31. They'll call it a gain of 6. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 2nd down and 6 coming up. Important for the Lancers to get a good sustained drive and get some points on the board here. Both teams have shown they can move the football down the field in the second half. Roll out to the left. Ryken throws on the run. Almost intercepted at the 38-yard line. Diving for the ball to tap it away is Jordan Carter from the intended receiver.
Yeah, take a look at that. That's another rolling to his left. Ryken tries to fire it in with velocity, but that eyes on the quarterback the whole way. The corner read it perfectly, able to knock it away. Half a second earlier, he'd have been gone. It was a good read as it was.
Waho's the intended receiver. Now it's 3rd down and 4. Pistol formation. Hirsch at running back. Movement on the line. Penalty flag down. Long ball down the field. And Phillips incomplete. Check that. Robinson incomplete. He was fighting with Carter.
Lancers want another flag of pass interference.
2 flags down on the field.
I don't think they threw the second one for the pass interference. They just got the
Well, there's one that could have been holding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 flags down on the field here with 9:02 left, and I think the Lancers are going to benefit. Offsides defense, and that's the one they're going to call. Offsides, 5 yards, and that'll result in a first down for Mount Marty as they needed 4.
Right. So that was good for the Lancers, and they've been pretty good at that. Rugby Reichen's hard count has been effective over the last 2 years when he's been the starting quarterback, and really working well so far this season. I don't have the numbers of exactly how many we've had, but we got to look into that because they've had a couple of free plays over the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, they've had at least 2 today, and I think they had, at least 1 or 2 last week.
Yep.
First and 10 Lancers from their own 36-yard line. They move right to left on your radio dial. Phillips goes in motion, comes back. Play action over the middle, caught Carbajal at midfield, slips away from one man, not the second, gets to the 47-yard line of the Red Raiders. Move the chains, first down Mount Marty.
Yeah, another great throw over the middle of the field. Lancers get up to the line early. They move quick on these first downs sometimes. No, never mind. Now they're waiting for the call from the sideline.
Yeah, and also Carbajal had to have his shoulder pads tucked back inside the uniform, so the Lancers take a little bit of a break as the play is signaled in from the sideline with 8:29 and counting. First down and 10 Lancers. Cruz in at tight end. Shifts over to the right side. Long count. Be the fake quick pitch. Reichen on the move. Runs to his left, and he's corralled after about a 3-yard gain.
The short gain will give us a chance to take a look at that 17-yard completion. Rugby Reichen to Jacob Carbajal here on our replay. Right over the middle of the field, they find him. Good arc on that ball over the head of the linebacker, right in the breadbasket of the receiver. First down.
Mount Marty football brought to you today in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Second down and 8. Ball at the 45-yard line. Straight drop back. Blitz coming under pressure. Here's the pass downfield. Incomplete. Penalty flag down.
Oh, yeah. Penalty flags down. You can take a look at the replay here on the near sideline, right at the bottom of your screen. If you're watching on KYN TV, you'll see a receiver just hit the ground. He was hit out of his brakes. They're got tackled up, and the flag comes flying in instantly.
Pass interference defense. Yep. Connor Singheisen, our referee. That's going to be a 15-yard walk-off, I believe. Automatic first down. And the drive continues for Mount Marty with 7:37 left in regulation. Lancers up 17-14 over Northwestern. Well, actually, they'll put the ball down at the 37-yard line. It's only a 10-yard walk-off, but nonetheless, first down for the Lancers. Now they can start affording to take their time, but they've got to get points on this drive.
Yeah, they still got to get up 2 possessions before you really want to start chewing clock. They need points here. A 3-point lead over the number 7 team in the nation's not safe.
Quick pass. It's going to be caught. Robinson at the 30 stumbles ahead to the 28-yard line. Gain of 9 as Reichen got clobbered by the blitzing linebacker.
Yeah, he's been hit a couple of times today. The Northwestern pass rush only got him on the ground 1 time for a sack, but he has been hit as he's throwing repeatedly. He's been under pressure all day.
Second down and 1 coming up. 7:10 and counting here in regulation. They want the play being signaled in. 15 on the play clock. And now Reichen will line him up. He'll split 1 man out to the right, 2 out to the left. Handoff, Hartz running to his left. Hit, no gain. He might have lost a yard, and he did. It'll bring up 3rd down and 2.
That was a very good play there by number 51 of their defense, and Sam Klassen. We can take a look at the hit. Might be a little late there, but he got there, went straight for the ball.
Yep.
Nearly dislodged it. It was good for Malachi Hartz just to hold on to that one.
But you might be in 4-down territory now if you're Mount Marty.
Right at that mark.
Yeah, you're at the 30-yard line with 3rd down and 3. Hartz to the left of his quarterback. Roland goes in motion. Pitch. Hartz to the left side. Has the first down and more. Into the open. Down the sideline at the 10. The 5. Touchdown, Malachi Hartz. What a run.
What a run indeed, man. I tell you what, Malachi Hartz was able to just get out of a jam, scramble his way all the way into the end zone. Take a look at this play here, Steve.
This play has been working throughout the day. I think this is the first time Malachi has executed the play. Quick pitch out to the left side. There's the broken tackle. Watch the juke here. Dances around the man, dives into the end zone. Touchdown, Mount Marty. And now a very important point after kick.
2-point conversion.
Oh, they're going to go for two. Hart's in. Handoff up the middle, dives in, somersaults over a lineman, and he's good for 2 points. That is huge for the Lancers because it puts them up by 2 scores. 5:30 left to go. Fourth quarter, Mount Marty 23, Northwestern 14. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Allison just won a popularity contest.
Oh, thank you.
You're almost as popular as the Runza Southwest Chicken Salad.
Oh, what? Because it has crispy chicken, shredded cheddar, tortilla strips, taco seasoning, and salsa?
And Southwest Ranch. And yes,
I'd be more popular if I came with Southwest Ranch.
we all would. Come get the Southwest Chicken Salad at Runza today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes
All right,
it
we are
better.
back here, and the 2-point conversion was called off. So they sent out the point after kick, and it is good by Camden Vance. So no 2-point conversion. The point after kick is good. It's still a huge, huge benefit for Mount Marty with 5:30 left to go. It's Lancers 24, Northwestern 14. So that puts the Lancers up by 10 instead of 11 points. But that's still big to get that extra cushion ahead of this very dangerous Northwestern team.
Absolutely. We can take a look at that play once again here, Steve. That was just important. Pitch it to Malachi on the outside, and he takes it from there.
Yep, watch the good block there and fought through a tackle. And Malachi, once he gets in the open, he's very tough to bring down, especially when he gets those legs churning, Tehl. He's got those shoulder pads square downfield, and he found the end zone. 8 plays, 75 yards, 4:19 time of possession. Malachi Hartz gets that touchdown run. Again, they went for 2. Looked like they got it. Officially 28 yards on that touchdown run. Here's a short kick fielded by one of the up men near the 30-yard line, and he'll be brought down near the 42-yard line. Well, the up man there for the Red Raiders was backup running back Eli Carpenter out of Grimes, Iowa. So now with a 10-point lead, 5:26 left.
Okay, I think we just got the official word of what happened. They marked him down at the 1-yard line is what happened. That wasn't a touchdown. So it was the next play here as we show it now.
Okay.
They ran it in with Malachi from that 1-yard line, and here it is. There's the touchdown. Either way, they do get it in, and they get the point after. Northwestern now on offense.
All right, so now we're back at action. Phillips throws over the middle, tipped, almost intercepted at midfield. It was intended for Remerdy. It was tipped and almost into the hands of one of the defense. I think it was Brock Lubers in the defensive coverage. And that, boy, I tell you what, several times today, Mount Marty has almost gotten an interception.
Just right there. If they can get one here, up 10, 5:22 to go, it really put the pressure on. Northwestern's got to keep control of the football.
Yeah, Northwestern has to score in this drive. They're in do-or-die moment. You got to figure it's 4-down territory for them for here on out. Duncan throws the long ball over the middle, and it's too far, incomplete, over the head of Cohen Jacobs at about the 25-yard line. 2 defenders were back there.
It's just an incredible thing to be able to say about this Lancer team, that they've got the number 7 team in the nation in, as you said, do-or-die situation where they're needing to get down the field and score here. Shows the growth in just 5 years for this Lancer program. Cannot give this coaching staff enough credit.
Their fans making some noise. You can hear it on our crowd mic. 5:16 left. Big 3rd down and 10. Both teams with 3 timeouts left. 2 men to the right, 1 to the left. Shotgun set. Duncan looking, has time, throws, caught over the middle. Carson Ness at the 41-yard line of the Lancers. Move the chains, and now the hurry-up offense for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, very good play from Ness right there. Able to find the open space and bring that one in. Needed to have that first down.
Colby Duncan sends a man over to the left side. 2 receivers out there, 1 to the right. He wants to throw, pressured, quick out, incomplete. Intended for Ness, way over his head at about the 35-yard line.
Incompletion will give us a chance to take a look back at that 19-yard completion to Carson Ness, setting him up here.
Yeah, nice pass. And, I mean, Ness, what can you say? He's a standout wide receiver. That was a big, big signing by Coach McCarty and the Red Raiders.
Yeah, he's going to be good for Red Raider fans for a long time. Speaking as someone who works in Yankton, watch that kid for a long time here in Yankton. You're going to like him.
2nd and 10. Duncan, pressured, throws to the sidelines, too tall. Oh, incomplete. Out of everybody's range. Pierce made a dive for it, heading out of bounds near the 20, but he couldn't pull it in. I don't think anybody could have.
And now, once again, 3rd and long for Northwestern. They were in 3rd and long, and that last completion to Carson Ness down the field. They've got to have another big play here, certainly in 4-down territory with under 5 minutes to play. They don't need all of it, but you'd certainly like it.
3 men trot out to the left side, 1 receiver out to the right, 1 back in the backfield, shotgun set on 3rd and 10. 4 man up front. They pass, too tall, almost intercepted at the 30, tipped it off the fingertips of Amir Conley. Oh my goodness.
These Lancer defensive backs are going to be sick in film tomorrow, win or lose, as they've had so many chances for interceptions today.
Well,
oh man, that was right into the chest. Stomach area.
Should have been caught by the defensive back, but now
it's 4th down.
4th and 10. Here we go from the 41-yard line of the Lancers. Duncan brings them up. He'll send 2 men out to the right, 3 out to the left. Empty backfield. Now Gardner Casey stays in the backfield. Might be into the block. Here comes the blitz. He has time. Duncan rolls out, being pressured. Going to have to be sacked. He's sacked back at the 44-yard line, or 46-yard line, I should say. And the Lancer defense holds with great pressure and good coverage downfield.
Let's take a look at this, Steve. Oh my gosh, the play of the game so far for the Lancer defense, holding on 4th down.
See, they bring in that man from the outside and then chased Duncan out to his right, and he just didn't have anybody. And a huge, huge sack, 10 yards on the loss. They say his knee was down at the 49. Wow. Now, you talk about classic 4-minute offense. Here's the opportunity for the Lancers. 4:29 left. Both teams 3 timeouts.
Big thing on that last play, Lancers only sent 4 and had that pressure.
Pistol formation. Malachi Hart's up the middle. Struggles. He'll get about 2 yards to the 47. And let's see if that Red Raiders are going to call timeout yet. They may be saving them. 2nd down coming up. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the official watch party location of KYN TV. They got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. 2nd down and 8. Clock rolling. You know the Lancers are going to take as much time as they can. Under 4 minutes to go. 2nd and 8. Hart's in the backfield to the left of his quarterback. Play clock at 5, 4. Here's the snap. Pitch. Hart's left side bottled up. No gain on the play. And now we see the timeouts will be employed by the Red Raiders. Timeout called. 3:32 left. 4th quarter. Lancers 24. Red Raiders 14. We'll step away for a moment. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. You can also call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Football season and Shiner Bock, 2 traditions that never get old. Brewed smooth and full flavored, Shiner Bock is always game day ready. Whether you're tailgating before kickoff, grilling with friends, or watching under the Friday night lights, Shiner Bock is the perfect call. This season, celebrate every first down and every touchdown with the beer that's built for football season. Pick up Shiner Bock today and make it part of your game day tradition.
3:36 left, fourth quarter. Lancers with the football. They're up 24-14. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Lancers. Northwestern just spent their first timeout of the second half. Now, do you put it in the air if you're Mount Marty, or do you play it safe? They have the pistol formation. Rollout. Reichen, he's going to be sacked back at the 45-yard line of the Lancers. And let's see if they call a timeout.
And that was a need to have it play for Northwestern. Doesn't look like they're going to call that timeout. The Lancers are going to have to kick this one away. Oh, now comes the timeout. But you can see that sack there. They just get in the backfield. If you see it on your screen in KYN TV, just right away. The pass rush right on top of him.
This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break. See if we can get you some updates from college football on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Let's check major college football. We have a delay between Texas Tech and Oregon State. West Virginia leads Pittsburgh early on. Iowa State just got a field goal. They're ahead of Arkansas State. In action in the Big 12. From top 25 football, Penn State hosting Villanova. They're up 10-0 in the second. Big matchup in the SEC, and number 15 Tennessee is leading Georgia 21-7 near the end of the first quarter. So here comes the punting unit out for Mount Marty.
Now here's something to keep an eye on. The Lancers punting unit has had trouble so far this season. They've had a couple blocked, had one bad one here today.
Check that Northwestern, one timeout left. Snap on target. And he's going to kick it towards the sideline. It'll bounce near the 35, take a Mount Marty roll out of bounds at the 30. That was a good safe punt by Camden Vance.
Yep, just keeping it away from the returner, but still getting some decent yardage out of it is what they were doing there. And Northwestern has to go all the way down the field, about 70 yards to the end zone, and they've got to score twice. 24-14 your score. Northwestern has only one timeout left, which means we're going to need to see them get in the end zone, then kick an onside kick and recover that.
Yeah, they'll also have the 2-minute timeout to work with as well. But time is of the essence for the Red Raiders.
They got to score quick.
They've got 2 men to the left, 1 to the right as receivers, 1 man in the backfield. Duncan rolls out to his left, being chased, being pressured, throws on the run, incomplete over the head of Jacobs near the 35-yard line, incomplete.
That was a good job from Duncan just to stay alive despite the rush around him. The Lancer secondary with some good coverage, not letting him see any holes.
Clock stops at 3:20 left. Fourth quarter, 24-14. Lancers on top. Their defense trying to make another stand. They got a sack on 4th down on the last drive by the Red Raiders. Same formation, 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Duncan drops back, looking to his left, throws in. It's going to be somehow caught by Ness. Did it hit the ground? It did. Incomplete at the 44-yard line. Ness went down to try to pick it up, but couldn't get it. Couldn't get his hands under it because I think it skipped right before it got to him.
Yeah, take a second look at it. Looks like that's exactly what it was. So here we go, 3rd down.
Clock stops at 3:13 left. Lancers up by 10. Northwestern with the ball on their own 31-yard line, 3rd and 10. Colby Duncan at the helm through the second half. He's put 2 touchdowns on the board. But his team's down by 10. Empty backfield, quarterback keeper looking to run. He has a hole, and he's going to be dragged down across the 35 near the 38-yard line. 4th and 3 coming up.
Here we go, Steve. This may not be the ball game, but it certainly could end up being what does it for the Lancer defense. They've got to hold here. 4th and 2. Northwestern's got to convert this.
All right, what will they do? Are they going to throw? Looks like it. Pass caught. Slant pattern. Scouting at midfield. Slips away from one man. Now another. He's at the 30. And he's going to step out of bounds at the 28. They got a huge play. And they got out of bounds to stop the clock.
And incredibly needed here. Take a look at that. Just got him on the slant. And then he's able to avoid some defenders all the way down the field. Northwestern got to be very happy with that one.
Yep, looks like they may try to clock it here, and they do. So they'll spike the football to save some time. Remember, they only have one timeout left. 2nd down and 10 coming up. This gives them a chance to regroup. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire Center in Yankton. Get more from Les. 2nd and 10. They're at the Lancer 29-yard line. 2nd and 10 for the Red Raiders. They're down by 10.
I don't know if you caught it there, Steve. DJ Brown, number 1 for the Lancer defense, tried something that I've always wanted to see in a football game on the spike there. He tried to either jump through the A-gap or through someone's legs and catch it as he tries to spike it there. Was actually decently close. That's something I've always wanted to see just happen one time. I've never seen it, though.
All right, 2nd and 10. 2 men split out. Now 3 men split out to the left. It's a quarterback keeper. No, it's a play action throw over the middle. Incomplete. Intended for Remerdy inside the 10-yard line. That means it'll be 3rd down and 10. Clock stops. 2:13 left.
Play was executed decently well. They got the look they wanted with Remerdy going down the seam with only one man near him, and pass was just well over his head.
Big 3rd and 10 from the Lancer 29-yard line. 2 men out to the left. Now Remerdy will head over that way as well. Make it 3 men out to the left. 1 man, that's Ness, out to the right. Straight drop back. Has time, throws over the middle, caught at the 10-yard line. They'll bring him down. That's Scouting near the 12-yard line. And that should take us to the 2-minute timeout. And it will. They won't have a chance to spike it. It'll be 1st and 10 when we come back after this 1-minute timeout. 2 minutes left to go in regulation. Lancers 24. Red Raiders 14. Back in 1 minute on KYNT.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
Move with Mason.
If you want a job where your work matters, you belong at Avera. Here, we've invested in our workforce because every Avera team member drives our health ministry forward, making a difference in lives and communities every day. We offer competitive pay, great health insurance, and even career opportunities. We're putting people first, including you. Search for local job openings and apply at avera.org/careers.
2 minutes to go. Here in the 4th quarter, along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. It's Mount Marty 24, Northwestern 10. Red Raiders on the move. They're at the Lancer 12-yard line. 1st and 10. Red Raiders with 1 timeout left in their back pocket, but they need 2 scores. They'll send 3 men out to the left, 1 out to the right. Looking for Ness. They'll throw towards him. Incomplete in the end zone on the right side. Osmaran Mohammed with the tight coverage. And that pass was a little bit of a wobbler there, Tehl.
Yeah, it was. It was a little too early on the timing there. The moment Ness turns around, it's already at his head. Just couldn't get his hands up in time.
2nd down and 10 coming up. Gives the Red Raiders a chance to regroup. They need 2 scores. Now, again, they'd love to have the touchdown here, but don't necessarily need it. If they're stymied here, they could kick a field goal.
Yeah, they could. It wouldn't be a bad idea to just kick it right here.
It's actually not a bad idea. But they're going to go for 6. Play action. Here comes the pressure up the middle. Duncan rolls, throws to the end zone. High pass. Intercepted in the end zone. Who else but Arthur Oliver?
That could have just sealed the game for Mount Marty University. The 2-minute timeout's gone. Only one timeout left in the back pocket of Northwestern. 1:46 on the clock. This is a 2-possession game. The Lancers, oh my gosh, take a look at this replay.
Great pressure. That's where it starts. And this is an ill-advised pass. Throwing across your body, back across the field. There were a lot of blue jerseys there, Tehl, in that end zone.
Yeah, there was. And throwing at Arthur Oliver is just a dangerous situation wherever he's at. He'll make you pay whenever he can. That was an incredible defensive play. The Lancers 1 first down away from winning this ball game, Steve.
1:46 on the clock. They're lined up, and they'll hand it off to Malachi Hartz. Up the middle, he'll get from the 20 to the 24-yard line, and the Red Raiders will spend their last timeout. They do have an injured player on the field. That's one of their defensive backs. Or check that, one of their linebackers. That's Jalen Hines. He is down on the field. Junior out of Austin, Texas. He's had a very, very good game today for Northwestern. The Red Raiders do spend their final timeout, and with the injured player, we're going to step aside for a half a minute. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Visit them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
1:41 left to go in regulation. Lancers up by 10, and they've got the football. Northwestern is out of timeouts.
A first down wins the game.
2nd down and 6 from the 24-yard line. It's going to be a quarterback keeper with Reichen. He'll just try to hang on to the football as he dives ahead, gets to the 27, gain of 3. Let's check out the interception for those watching online. Throwing it to Arthur Oliver, or throwing it towards Arthur Oliver, who made an interception, as Lancers definitely taking their time here at the line of scrimmage, as they have trying to get that queued up here for those watching online. Great pressure. The quarterback, Duncan, rolled out through. Look at there. There's great position by Oliver. He had that perfectly played. 3rd down and about 4 coming up as we're under a minute to go. Reichen, quarterback keeper, his main thing, just hang on to the football. He gets no gain on the play. Well, actually, maybe a forward progress of a yard, but that'll bring up 4th down, and the Lancers will punt it away with about 8 seconds left.
Yeah, I'd assume the Lancers are just going to walk as long as they can, call the timeout with no time left on the play clock, and punt it away with 8 seconds to go, up 10.
What an effort here today by Mount Marty, as they are just moments away from the biggest win in program history. They've beaten a team receiving votes before. They did that to Midland a couple of years ago on the road in Fremont. And now the timeout call with 7 seconds left.
What an upset here tonight, man. This is something special to see. Mount Marty Lancers, unranked, not receiving votes, only in year 5 of existence.
Yep.
They're going to take down a top 10 team in the NAIA and a premier team in the NAIA, a team that once again has appeared in 3 of the last 5 national championship games. They are that good, this Northwestern team.
There's no doubt. They're one of the premier programs in the country in NAIA, with a championship pedigree that they've groomed over the last few years. They were in the playoffs a year ago. They won on the road in the playoffs and then fell in a very hard-fought football game to the eventual national champions. And there's a lot of players back on this Northwestern team. And for the Lancers, a lot of new faces, a lot of question marks coming into this year. But they are 7 seconds away from posting the biggest win in their history.
3-0 tonight. Dakota Wesleyan at Concordia and Dort at Doan. We'll have you back here.
Lancers marching out their punting unit. Actually, I'm not even sure they're going to punt it here. They might be okay with trying to seal this game on 4th down. 7 seconds left. They just need to run a play that lasts 7 seconds. Let Riken scramble around for a minute and then just chuck it deep.
Or you just take a safety.
Or just take a safety, yeah. Just have your play run 7 seconds.
Well, the offense is out there with 7 seconds on the clock, and Rugby Riken is going to scramble. He's scrambling. He's running. He's burning clock, and he's going to stay on his feet, and now he's just going to throw it. The game is over. 000s on the clock. Mark the time. 3:42 Central Time. September 13th, 2025. The Mount Marty Lancers have defeated their first nationally ranked team, the first team ranked in the top 10, 24-14. Your final score, the Lancers 3-0 on the season. Northwestern falls to 1-1. What an effort here today. We're going to have a lot to talk to you about in the post-game show. That's being brought to you today by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. 24-14, your final. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back with the post-game show right here on KYNT.
Want better pay, better benefits, and a better place to work? Parker of Yankton is hiring now. Second shift assemblers, supervisors, engineers, and more, with competitive wages plus a night shift pay differential, great health insurance, paid time off, retirement benefits, and real opportunities to move up. You'll work steady hours with a supportive team that's ready to help you succeed. Don't just work, get rewarded. Apply today and start building your future with us.
Parker, engineering your success.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
And welcome to the Aztec postgame show for Mount Marty football. They are victorious today, 24-14 over the number 7 ranked team in the country, the Red Raiders of Northwestern. The team celebrating on the field as they should. For the first time, they've beaten a nationally ranked team, and in year 5 of existence, with a team that lost 35 seniors to graduation, this is a monumental achievement, Tehl, Tanner, for this program.
Yes, it is. This is a statement win. We've talked the last couple years, the Lancers have been so feisty. They've been putting the GPAC on notice. Tonight they put the country on notice. Mount Marty University has arrived. They are, we were just talking in the break, this is a solid chance they're going to be nationally ranked for the first time in their school history.
I don't see how you cannot. I don't see how they can't be nationally ranked. You just beat a number 7 team in the country, and you're 3-0. I know it's early.
By double digits.
And you beat them by double digits. Wow, what a game here today. And before we get to the stats, let's check out the Runza Rundown. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food so fast. You can get going right away. They've got Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, desserts, a whole lot more. Thank you to Runza for their support of Mount Marty Athletics. In the second half, it was 10-0 at the break. The Northwestern, to their credit, they came out and played very strong with Colby Duncan at quarterback. He capped off a 12-play, 57-yard drive on a 10-yard pass to Carson Ness. That happened. It was 6:54 left in the third. Mount Marty responded, driving down the field, 16 plays, 72 yards, and in the early fourth quarter, they capped off a drive with Jameer Pearson on a 2-yard touchdown run. But the Red Raiders were not going away. They marched down the field, 9 plays, 56 yards, and with 9:55 left to go in the fourth, it was Gardner Casey from 1 yard out. And then a huge drive by the Lancers. 8 plays, 75 yards, took 4:19 off the clock, and with 5.5 minutes left to go, Malachi Hart's got a big run down the sideline. We thought he got in the end zone, but they put his knee down at the 2. He went over the top of his offensive lineman, got the touchdown, the point after kick good, 24-14, and the Lancer defense comes up with a sack on 4th down. And then an interception in the end zone. They run out the clock, and they seal the deal for the victory.
Let's go through some of these scoring plays for the Lancers here, Steve. Started off with that first one of the day, Rodney Broadnax right over the top of the defense. Take a look.
Yeah, for those watching online, Rodney Broadnax on the slant pattern right over the middle, a little post route there, beat the defensive back, and that was our first score of the game back in the first half. Put the Lancers up 7-0. That play happened in the early second quarter. Remember, we were at a scoreless first quarter of play.
Yep, then the next one came in. It was a little later in the game, make it 17-7 on another very good play for the Lancers. Take a look here. The quick pitch.
Jameer Pearson on the run. Fought hard. That play worked quite well throughout the day. His second and third effort got him into the end zone, and that was such a huge play. It put the Lancers up 17-7. That was early in the fourth quarter of play.
Next one up, another Lancer touchdown. That was the one that brought him up to 24-14. Well, this actually was Malachi Hart's, his incredible run to get down to the 2-yard line. We thought he was in for a split second there. Ended up being called down at the 2.
Yeah, this was a third down play, and once he broke that tackle there, he managed to make a guy juke, and they said his knee hit down at the 2-yard line, or he stepped out of bounds, I should say, at the 2-yard line. Field judge was right there, and then on the very next play, he goes up and over the top for the touchdown. Or that left side of the offensive line played very well. That was the one that put him really at arm's length.
Yes, it was, but then it was the interception that sealed it. Arthur Oliver for the second time today.
Roll out by the quarterback, throws on the run, a desperation throw, and probably that's a throw the quarterback who did play very well, Colby Duncan, would like to have back, but that was, as they say, the dagger that finished off the Red Raiders. And for the first time ever, Mount Marty beats Northwestern in football. Remember, last year, Northwestern won 38-3.
Yeah.
How sweet is this? And generally, these contests have been pretty one-sided in favor of Northwestern. And, hey, that's, they got a great team, and they've had great teams. But this win, ever so sweet. Let's check out some of these game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top-quality meat at great prices? Well, head on over to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake. You can find them right there on Highway 52. Tehl, what's on that stat board?
Yeah, let's take a look at this here. In terms of total plays and yardage today, Northwestern was held to 235 yards of total offense in this ball game, and that is through 4 quarters with a much better second half. You remember, at halftime, they had only 57 yards of offense at halftime. That was a great half for the Lancers. They are able to turn it up a little bit, get 235. Lancers 362 yards in the ball game on 73 plays. First downs, Mount Marty 25, Northwestern ends up with 16 today. Running the football, Lancers get 121 on the ground, 62 from Malachi Hartz, 24 from Kyle Hirsch. Pearson adds 21 in a score as well. Rugby Riken, 21 of 33, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 241 yards, 63% completion percentage. Jackson Waholtz, 7 receptions today for 102 yards in the ball game. The one score, Rodney Broadnax, 2 catches, 25 yards and a touchdown. Carvajal, 4 for 52. Robinson, 3 for 31. Brinsley, 2 for 26 as well. This was a complete game for the Mount Marty Lancers.
And we will continue with the stats here in just a moment, but first we've got Coach Micheletti up here in the broadcast booth, and our post-game interview brought to you by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach Micheletti, congratulations on the win. Before asking you anything, how's it feel to be the top 10 team?
It feels great. You know, it's one of those just reflecting on the week. You know, our guys were locked in. You know, not overly nervous, not overly whatever you want to talk about it, but they handled practice like professionals, meetings like professionals, our pregame stretch like professionals. These guys deserve that. I can't say enough nice things about the assistant coaches as well. They worked their butts off, you know, and recruiting, retention, all that stuff. And it's just, I'm so proud of these guys watching this right now, celebrating with their families. That's awesome.
I tell you what, I thought something special was in the air when I was watching the first quarter. Now, there was no score, but I was really impressed by the way the Lancer defense played throughout the entire first half. And obviously they got the things going in the second half, but tell us through that first half of what was happening on the sideline. What were you seeing?
Yeah, I told the guys all week, being the guy that calls the defense and all that stuff, like, we're going to keep it simple. You know, when we go back to years past, I took a little bit of that blame. You know, like, I put you guys in bad spots, trying to get a little bit too blitz happy, things like that. I was like, we're going to keep it base until I see otherwise. And those guys fly around. That's the number one thing that we rep the most of is our base defense, and it shows. Those guys that had an excellent first half. I think they held them under like 65 yards at halftime, which is unreal with that offense. So those guys, you know, when it's been a crazy week, everything going around in the world, other distractions, things like that. But, you know, I think a football team, when they come together and play with love, that's exactly what society should be like. And I'm very, very proud of that group and showing that today.
Coach, I got to ask you something. You come up here every game. This time you bring something with you. Can you tell me what was in your hands when you walked in the studio?
Yeah, Coach Rosie, man, he's my main dude. And he puts a lot of time and effort. He's usually in the office there about 4 o'clock in the morning, getting ready to get the workouts ready for the guys and all that stuff. And he made sure he grabbed a game ball at the end to make sure I had a trophy for the office. But it's going to be hard for me not to give it back to him for all he does for us.
Yeah, let's talk about your assistant coaches. You've mentioned them before to us, and I've always said no matter what the sport is, one coach, no matter what the sport, can't build a team by him or herself. You got to have a good staff. Tell us about the staff.
Yeah, unbelievable. You know, when you look at Coach Lewis being the offensive caller, the offensive coordinator, you know, when they started to get hot there in the second half, their offense, he kept them calm by keeping our offense ready to go, and they responded each and every time. I got Coach Wiebelhaus, you know, with the offensive line. That was everybody's biggest question mark this year. How's your line? You lost everybody. How's that going to be fine? I was like, Coach Wiebelhaus, he'll get it straight. We'll be fine. Coach Zook, you know, being able to be with our running backs. You know, we have the two-headed monster, but you even saw Jameer Pearson get in the end zone today, which is awesome. You know, does such a great job of being detail-oriented. I got, you know, Coach Sorensen. He's a GA, but does a great job. He's going to be an excellent defensive coordinator one day, getting those defensive line. Coach Heck, I lean on heavily for defensive backs. Hey, what kind of coverage? What are we getting on the offside to put our best guys in the right situation? You know, Coach Ludeman there helping with Coach Lambeth with the linebackers. You know, I don't want to forget anybody. Coach Perkins does a great job. Coach Guess was scrambling around. Our Sky coach went down today, and that's his thing, him and Coach Klein. And that was they were freaking about. I was like, hey, don't worry about it. Let's just go have fun and have football. So love the staff. Coach Reichen, Coach Fitz, Coach Norman. I think I got everybody there. And then, obviously, I talked about Coach Rosie and his staff, Coach Carlos and all those guys. So got a lot of love for everything that they do. It makes my job a lot easier, so I don't have to worry about what's this kid doing, what's this kid wearing, things like that. So it all those details pay off in the end.
That defense played so well, but the offense, played very steady. Rugby Riken had a monster game today. You had good balance in the running game. And that quick pitch run play, we haven't seen it a whole lot. But boy, it was sure effective. We thought Malachi got in the end zone there on that play.
If we had replay, I saw he didn't step out. So, but I wasn't okay. Run more time off. I'm fine with that, So, would you like that last play there?
Oh, yeah. I was thinking about that
I was
running
thinking
around.
about you guys up there. I'm like, I wonder if they're calling this from up there. I'll find out when I talk to my dad after the game to see it.
Oh, yes.
Well, we speculated that Rugby might just run around, run away. We thought he might take a safety.
That's what we told him to do. I was like, but don't be so quick to do it.
Yes.
Let's make sure they are rushing you, things like that. There's 7 seconds. If you can take 5 of that, that's awesome. Do that.
Chuck the ball and
have
it
throw
hang.
as high as you can, and does exactly what he's supposed to do. And Rugby. Talking about a rough week, he lost his grandfather earlier this week.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
He's a big supporter of Mount Marty and all that stuff. And in today's age, obviously adversity, things like that affects everybody a little bit differently. But when you look at what kind of person Rugby Riken is, that was going to be the exact thing that helped him to keep going. Then he wasn't going to allow that to be a distraction. He's a big family guy and all that stuff, but he was going to go out there and play for his grandfather Larry today. And I thought he did an outstanding job. Got a lot of love for him.
I bet you his grandpa's smiling down in heaven today.
Oh, yes.
That's and we again our sympathies go out to the Riken family, but I know they're celebrating today with a monumental win here today against Northwestern, a very, very good team. They mixed it up in the second half. They brought in the new quarterback, Colby Duncan. What did he do differently that was causing problems for your team?
Yeah, he's just a little bit more dual threat. Obviously, him being able to run the ball, he's a little bit thicker body guy that can absorb some of those hits. And they did a good job of making that switch up there. And he caused some fits. And then, obviously, our guys were starting to get tired. That was the thing that I was like, guys, we're the most conditioned team, and being able to be out there and make sure that we wrap up, make sure we're doing those things. There was way too many, a couple of scoring drives were just extended because we didn't wrap up. So I know I say the biggest improvements from week 2 to week 3, but we still got some improvements moving on to Briarcliff next week.
Speaking of wrapping up, I got to ask you about the hit that John Lilly.
Man.
Right in front of you, too.
Love that. I might get him some reps at corner or safety or something, right? So, that kickoff team that was the one little hiccup today. We got to get fixed up there, and but Lilly made us right and gave us an opportunity to get out of those situations. That's why I always talk about, you can't give up on a play, can't give up on a quarter or anything like that. There's so much time left and so many we've seen some crazy football games in just our short period of time. So just survive for the next down.
Coach, let's talk about Arthur Oliver for a second. 2 interceptions today, the second one basically sealing this ball game. Can you tell me a little more about him?
Oh, man, got a lot of love for Arthur. He's been a little bit everywhere. He came in here as a receiver. Last year, played a little running back and DB. We move him around a lot. We'll put him at an outside backer. We'll put him at the weak side safety. We've had him take reps at corner. A very special athletic kid, very bright football mind. Usually when we get to scouting report meetings like that, he's already got 3 or 4 pages of notes ready to go. So he takes football very seriously, and I think he'll be playing football for quite a bit of time. So we're excited that he's on our team.
All right, let's look forward to next week. It's a night game. Briarcliff the opponent, and Briarcliff is a team you've had some success with, but they seem to be taking improvements. They did get a win today against Hastings by 4 points, and Coach Ledecky down there, I think, has that program taking steps in the right direction.
Yeah, that's a team that I expected to make huge leaps this year.
Mm-hmm.
They have a dynamite left tackle that we're starting to be able to break down their film there a couple days ago and all that stuff, and he's very good. Quarterback's back. They have some good threats on the edge. Very solid team. We're going to have to make sure that we handle this very high victory same as the other ones. Move on. We got to move on to Briarcliff now. I'm glad. I want you guys to reflect on this and love these moments, especially with family and friends and all that stuff. But here in a couple hours, we got to move on to Briarcliff and make sure that we're ready to go and setting ourselves up for a trophy game.
Coach, you talked about how you were lucky enough to receive the game ball in this one, but what did you tell the team at the end of the huddle? We watched it down there, all of you taking a knee, and all of a sudden everybody explodes and jumps in the air and starts cheering. What did you tell them?
I reminded them what I told them at the beginning of the week. I was like, there's a lot of what creates laziness is the fear of putting in the work, you know, and what we're about to do, okay, is going to go beat a top 10 team this week. Now, don't be afraid of that work because this is what we all came here to Mount Marty to do. You know, nothing against Clarks and Waldorfs, but that's not why I told them, those guys, that they chose here. They chose here to go beat a top 10 team and take us to that nation, or take us to that ranking in the nation and stuff like that. So I just reminded them, I was like, hey, remember what we talked about? I told you this feeling would be worth it in the end. All that work, everything in the summer, everything we've done, paid off now. You guys deserve this. And I told them I love them.
Yeah, it's great words. You know, it just reminded me of something I saw about 20 years ago. I was calling a championship volleyball match, and it was an unbeaten team in Sioux Falls Christian taking on Beersford, who they beat twice. Championship match. Sioux Falls Christian wins the first two. Looks like they're going to sweep them. All of a sudden, Beersford comes back, goes to 5 sets. And I remember I was the sideline reporter for that for television coverage. And I remember the Beersford coach saying to those girls, they're not Wonder Woman. They're not Supergirl. You can beat them. And those girls were like, yeah, we can. And they went out and they upset them and won the championship. And I think I saw a little bit of that today where these young men started believing in themselves.
They did. And, you know, right from the get-go, you know, we got the we got the lead from the beginning and held it through the game. But it's like, hey, that's not enough. You know, we got to stay in this and keep going. It's about, you know, withholding this whole time and keeping our foot on the gas and not waiting, how are they going to respond to this? No, we control this game. This is our turf. We need to defend this. So glad we're able to start off at home 1-0.
And tell me about the fans here today, Coach. You had a full stands watching you take on a top 10 team, and next week will be a night game.
Yeah, no, Yankton always does a great job of supporting the football. A lot of families in town. I see, you know, families from California here, you know, everywhere. So got a good show out of the families, that, you know, supporting their kids, and then the fans in general, you know. So Yankton's always done a good job with that. That's why we've been number one 3 out of the first 4 years in attendance. So hopefully keep that going this year.
Before we go, one quick question. James Brinsley got shaken up on that one play, on that targeting play. Can you give us an update on his situation?
Yeah, at first I got it was just a deep thigh bruise. So something that I hope to, you know, we're just kind of being, can't think of the right word right now, but being a little hold offers there, making sure that he can be able to go because he was our snapper and all that stuff too. So he does a lot of things for us. I want to make sure he's healthy.
Cautious. How about Rodney Brown next? Did we see him?
Rodney, he got a little shoulder injury.
Yeah.
Everything's intact and all that stuff like that. But, thanks, cautious. Now I just hit my head. Hot day today.
I understand, man.
But, no, Rodney should be back here. Hopefully get more evaluation more today and tomorrow.
Good. Anybody else?
Nope, I think everybody else came out healthy. So it's another keep our fingers crossed.
Coach, congratulations on the win. Thanks for taking time to talk to us here in the post-game show.
We're in a booth this time, so that's nice.
Yes, yeah, we're inside with air conditioning, which we desperately needed today. We didn't need it last week at Waldorf in those chilly conditions there in Forest City, and that's kind of one of the strange things. You had 60 degrees last week, 88 or 87, I think, here right now in Yankton. So
plus 10 with the field turf.
Yeah. So you're playing in 90-plus degree weather out there, and there were a few leg cramps out there, but nothing, I think, too serious on either squad, which is always good.
We thrive in adverse situations, right?
Coach, thanks for your time today.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, we'll talk to you later, and good luck against Briarcliff next week. And that was Coach Micheletti with the post-game show, and we thank him for his time. We were in the middle of stats here with the Gerson Royal stat board here, and let's finish up. We took a look at the Mount Marty stats, and Tehl, if you can, why don't we quickly run down the Northwestern team and individual stats?
Yeah, let's roll through that once again. Started off the game with Bush, who had 6 of 16 throwing the football, 1 interception, 36 yards, and 37% completion percentage. That was the first half quarterback. Second half, it was Duncan, who was 10 of 26, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 139 through the air, and another 38% completion percentage. So the two quarterbacks, the Lancer defense held to 37.5 and 38.5 completion percentage. They were playing just lights out. Running the football, 60 yards on the ground today. Duncan, that second half quarterback, ended up getting 35 of those 60. Solomon T only had 20 yards today on 8 carries. Casey had 3 for 3. Bush 1 for 2. Receiving, Scouten ended up with 77 yards. Carson Ness had 5 catches for 61 and a touchdown. Remedy had 3 catches for 14 yards. Looks like Bama had 1 for 8 and Casey 1 for 4. One thing we didn't see was Austin Gerard. I expected to see him today, and I'm not sure
He
if
did play early, but he left the game, I think, in the first quarter, and I don't think he returned at all. He had, I think, one target, and the pass was incomplete. But, yeah, he did not play a whole lot today. So that's going to run it down there. One more thing we got to get to. First downs, 25 for Mount Marty, 16 for Northwestern. Time of possession, 38-22. Wow. Mount Marty dominated the clock. Their offense was on the field a long, long time today, plus 16 minutes time of possession for Mount Marty. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We will have a rundown of the scoreboard. We'll have our move of the game and our player of the game. More to go on the Aztec post-game show along with Tehl, Tanner, Steve Thum here. It was the Lancers victorious today, 24-14 over Northwestern. We'll be back in a minute right here on KYNT.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip? As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
All right, we're back with the Aztec postgame show. Mount Marty victorious over number 7 Northwestern today, 24-14 is our final score. Let's check out the scoreboard brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. Tell what you got on that scoreboard.
Yeah, other games going on in the GPAC today besides ours. The Mount Marty upset over Northwestern 24-14. Briar Cliff defeats Hastings in a close one, 20-16 in Sioux City at Memorial Field. That is the Lancers' next opponent, is Briar Cliff, and they're coming off a win. Midland defeats Waldorf today, 53-0 as well. There will be another couple of games coming up tonight. Dort is at Doane today down in Crete, Nebraska, and then the late game at 6 p.m. The next opponent for Northwestern is Dakota Wesleyan, and they are at Concordia tonight. Dakota Wesleyan at Concordia at Bulldog Stadium.
Over at the Dakota Dome, they are in overtime. South Dakota just jumped ahead of Northern Colorado, 24-17. I believe Northern Colorado is now going to get their turn with the football. Otherwise, in the Mo Valley, it's Illinois State over Eastern Illinois, 21-10, the game in the third quarter. Also in the third quarter, North Dakota leading at Montana, 16-7. In the second quarter, they just reached halftime. Check this out. Michigan State ahead of Youngstown State, 17-10. Wow. So Youngstown State hanging with the Spartans. And at halftime, North Dakota State over Southeast Missouri State, 31-14. That's out of the Missouri Valley Football Conference. Top 25 football games in progress. Penn State near halftime leading at home against Villanova, 13-0. Tennessee up 21-14 on Georgia. That's near halftime. Texas Tech and Oregon State delayed, or they just got underway now. I believe they just got underway. Iowa State halfway through the second quarter leading at Arkansas State 9-3. Number 7 Texas out in front of UTEP 7-0. Big matchup in the state of Florida. Number 5 Miami out ahead of number 18 South Florida, who, remember, I believe they beat Florida last week. Yeah. But it's the Hurricanes up 14-0. That's games in progress. Games completed today. Number 4 Oregon over Northwestern, 34-14. It was Georgia Tech knocking off number 12 Clemson, 24-12. Think about this. Clemson's 1-2 now.
Wow. That's rough.
That's big. Number 13,
ranked 12 coming into this week, too.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Oklahoma, number 13 in the land, beat Temple today, no problem, 42-3. Alabama, number 19 over Wisconsin, 38-14. That's a final score. Michigan crushes Central Michigan, 63-3, and Auburn beats South Alabama. Auburn, number 24 in the land, 31-15, and number 25 Missouri over the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana, 52-10.
52-10. Did you get the Huskers score?
I did not pass along the Huskers score.
I got that one. They
Go
played
ahead.
Houston Christian today. 59-7 is the score, but Cornhuskers are 3-0 now.
Yep, and let's see the other scores that we have from the Big Ten Conference. Yep, well, there's the Nebraska win. And Maryland beat Townsend today in the Big Ten action, 44-17. Games in progress, Rutgers playing Norfolk State and Michigan State. We mentioned that earlier. Barely ahead of Youngstown State, 17-10 at the halftime. That would be an upset if Youngstown State could pull out the win against Sparty. That game's being played in East Lansing as well. Here, our final score was 24-14 in favor of Mount Marty. While we got a moment here, I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty Football brought to you today in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. It's Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. We're going to move on now to our move of the game, brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, we'll move with Mason and the Move Group. A lot of big plays today. We're going to go to the defensive side of the line of scrimmage, and Arthur Oliver, our move of the game, his second interception of the day came late in the contest, where he managed to seal the deal with an interception in the end zone.
Here it is on the stream.
Yep, it was a rollout by the quarterback. Duncan made kind of an ill-advised throw and threw it into the arms of Arthur Oliver. That's his second interception on the day. He has, I believe, 3 on the season. And I tell you what, I hope he gets, I would think he would be nominated for maybe Defensive Player of the Week in the GPAC Conference.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 interceptions against a top 10 team once again, and the second one sealing the ball game. And I feel like we can call Player of the Game right here as well.
Let's call it the Avera Lancer Player of the Game is Arthur Oliver, the junior defensive back. And we'd like to thank Avera for their support, and make sure you visit avera.org today. So Arthur Oliver, the move of the game and the player of the game. The defense holding the high-powered offense of Northwestern to just 14 points today, 24-14 is your final score. Wow, what an afternoon.
Yeah.
What an afternoon here today. The biggest win arguably in program history.
I don't think it's arguable.
Yeah, you beat a top 10 team. I know it's early and sometimes the rankings will get adjusted, but still, this is Northwestern. This is a team, you mentioned it, 3 of the last 5 years they're in the championship game. They make deep playoff runs. They have All-Americans on both sides of the line of scrimmage. They're a top-notch program. They got a great coach in Coach McCarty. He's one of the best coaches in the country, no doubt about that. A solid program. And the Lancers today, especially on defense, played stellar. This was a complete team win. The special team's a little shaky at times, but I tell you what, I think it was, you could just tell by their body language that they started to believe we can win this game against a team that's really kind of manhandled them in the past.
And credit the coaching staff for that. As John Micheletti just talked about it at length, he wanted to treat them business as usual, and they did exactly that. The biggest way you can kind of see that is when the final buzzer sounded, when the clock hit 0, they just lined up at the 50-yard line and shook hands for the most part. They were calling teammates like, hey, let's just shake hands, treat it like another win.
Celebrate after the game. And what's the old thing? It's like act like you've been here before.
Exactly.
And with that, the Lancers, they put the nation on notice. They beat if they're not in the top 25, it's highway robbery. That's as far as I'm concerned. This is a top 25 football team. They've put the GPAC and the nation on notice that they're here. They've arrived. Now they're going to be tested by Briarcliff here next week, no doubt about it. That's a night game, 6 o'clock kickoff, 5 o'clock for the pregame show. Tehl, any final thoughts here before we wrap things up?
All I can say is credit this team for what they've been able to do. Once again, We keep talking about it, but it really is relevant. This is year 5 of existence for this team. This is year 5 of existence. You don't get as good as the Lancers have gotten in 5 years without having the right people around. And I'm talking at all phases of it. They have the athletic director of the year in the GPAC. They have the right coaches. They have the right scouts, and they've brought in the right players. They have an incredible team here, and all credit to everybody involved with Lancer football. They deserve this win today.
They earned it. They earned it, and that's the bottom line, folks. They win 24-14. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors. Who's our board op today that's been handling things back there? We want to make sure we give him a shout out.
Daniel Dykstra has been keeping it on lock, and he's done a great job today. Our cameraman over there, and Braden Butler, who was running our scoreboard and running our camera, did a great job. Whole crew was on lock today. We were doing our part up here too. So.
Team effort, folks, and I tell you what, we got an extra monitor here, so I'm seeing the online stream, and I tell you what, fantastic job by everybody. It looked great.
And this is the very first game we've been able to introduce replay as well. This was all new to us and a completely new system. I got to shout out everybody that was able to do that, from obviously Braden Butler to Bryce Ladwig, Josh Bolter, Kurt Dykstra, everybody at Mount Marty University, and Derek Nelson, and everybody who's able to put this together. I think we've put out a pretty good product, and we're going to keep working on it.
Yep, and this was just the first time we've used it, folks. I was kind of watching it from time to time, and I tell you what, good job by everybody. This looks really good. And before we wrap up here today, I want to say something quick. This is a hard week. We heard about Rugby Riken. My heart goes out to him. Lost his grandfather, and our sympathies to the Riken family. 9/11 happened couple days ago, 24th anniversary, and I always think about that at this time of year, because I remember where I was, and I remember going to do a football game that following Friday down in Crofton, Nebraska, with my broadcast partner at the time, Steve Emming, and that was one of the hardest games I ever had to broadcast in my career, and because it was just such a solemn thing, and sports kind of heals things, and it did back then. And it does now with high school and college sports and the pros and what's going on. It helps heals the nation. We had another tragedy this week, and that was the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I got to meet Charlie back in 2019, talked to him briefly, got to hear him speak. And this isn't about what he was about as far as his political views or anything like that. This has nothing to do with that. The young man was murdered in front of his wife and infant child, and that was a tragedy. I got to meet Charlie. I got to speak to him in person, got to disagree with him, and had a cordial, polite, civil conversation with him, and I always cherish that. He was, and let me tell you this, I've been around a lot of famous people in my career. He was the same on camera as off camera. I've known some people who are not. I've been in this business 41 years, people. Trust me. I've seen a few things. But it hit hard. It really hit hard to see that happen. And on top of the 9/11 memorial, on top of everything today. So whether you agreed with him or not is irrelevant. I think Stephen A. Smith put it best. A young man lost his life speaking to people. That's what he did. And he didn't have to agree with him. But all I got to say is that I could go on for a long time. I'm just going to say this. Rest in peace, Charlie. Rest in peace. And with that, we'll conclude today's broadcast. On behalf of everybody involved with Mount Marty Athletics, for our entire staff at KYNT, for Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, signing off from Crane Youngworth Field. You've been listening to Lancer Football on KYNT. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.